All right, there we go. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Letting everybody in a little bit early. So do you want me to share the agenda when you want to start talking about it?
Yeah,
Like not before. They can look at our
yeah,
gorgeous faces
yeah.
until then.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to director's training. As you're coming in, oh, here comes Jen. Great. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning.
Glad you can make it.
Morning.
Welcome. Morning.
Thank you.
So welcome everyone. As you're coming in, please say hello in the chat and tell us where you're from, and let us know if you're a new director or if you're, I guess, not so new director and just coming back in and wanting to get some just extra continuing education training today. We have a full day coming up. We'll be going over the agenda in a minute.
Yep.
We'll be going over the agenda in just a couple minutes. Say hello to us in the chat and let us know what library you're from. Let us know if you're a new director or returning director. And I know that Bob will go over and tell you as we go along to please put all questions in the Q&A.
Yep.
In the Q&A and general comments in the chat. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Mike. Welcome to the new director at Lee Memorial and Rochelle Park. Hi, Anna. Nice to meet all of you. Welcome. Good morning, Risa. Brand new director, 3 weeks and loving it. She says, great.
So we got one more minute and then we can start. Definitely got a lot more people hopefully more people coming in. Got about half of our signups in here already. So I don't know if you want to, I mean, we can, like we discussed, start at 9 and then by the time it's time for Michael to go hopefully everybody will be here.
Well, we have a very full day, so I think that we should start on time because we're going to go straight through till 4 o'clock. So welcome. I think, are people still coming in or? Hello, Katie. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Hi, Arlene and Denise. Mary Jean. All right, why don't we Bob, why don't we get started? Like I said, we have a full day. And I would like to, at this point, bring on our state librarian, Jen Nelson. Good morning, Jen. Welcome.
Good morning. I forgot I needed to mute. Sorry, my son's coming in kind of a funny way here. Good morning, everybody. I was gonna say it was nice to see you, but I can't actually see anybody. I'm glad you've taking the time out of your day to, or taking the day, I should say, to come and work with Michelle and Bob and their team of folks who are going to provide a ton of good information about being a director, library director in New Jersey. What I hope that you take away from the day or the couple of days, if nothing else, is that we're here. The New Jersey State Library is here to be of service to you. You're our patrons, and we want to help you do the best you can with the work that you're doing. So I hope that you both get informed, if not a little bit overwhelmed. During today and next week, and then know that you can contact us at any point in time if you run into problems, issues, concerns. You just need somebody to talk to. Share a fun story, share us pictures. We love seeing pictures. We Bob and Michelle talk a little bit about some of our communication methods, but lots of ways to get information from us and information to us, so don't hesitate to use them. And I thank you, Michelle and Bob. Have a great day.
You too.
And you too. And if your son is there, enjoy spending time with your son. Take care. Bye-bye now. Okay. So I guess it's time to get down to business. My name is Michelle Stricker, and I'm the Deputy State Librarian for Library Development at the New Jersey State Library. I've been there for a long time now, I think celebrating 18 years this month. And been doing director training and trustee training all of that time. Addition to a lot of the other work I do has to do with community resiliency, disaster preparedness, especially in this time of climate adaptation. So that's sort of the other half of my work that I do with libraries. And I'm joined this morning with my colleague, Bob Keith. Bob, you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning. I am the Director of Library Law, State Aid, and Statistics at the State Library. I am the person that you probably maybe not love to hate, but love to dislike this time of the year because of the annual survey, which is going on now. If you have any questions about that, you know where to reach me, or anything else, email, give me a call, things like that. So yeah, that's about it.
So welcome again if you're a new director, and also if you're a returning director, welcome. And my library director story is that I was a director at a small association library for 13 years in Burlington City, and I really loved my job. But I started in February, and the first thing that came across my desk was the state aid survey. I took a look at that and I thought, maybe I don't want this job after all. So I can feel it if that's coming across your desk right now for the first time, but you will get the hang of it. And Bob is here always to answer all of your questions. So I want to go over the agenda. We have Bob, if you'll put that up on the screen for me. And again, I'd like to remind you that please feel free to use the chat for whatever you want. But for the questions, please put them in the Q&A. It's a much easier for us to sort of sort through them in the Q&A and answer them that way instead of like trying to grab them out of the chat. So use the Q&A, please. And Bob will probably remind you of that throughout the day if you're not doing that. So we have a full 2 days of new directors training. And today is the longest day. Next week will be about an hour shorter. But I want to go over the agenda with you a little bit so you know what's going on. Every presenter will have a PowerPoint. This is being recorded, so you will get the recordings. Bob, are we sending out the PowerPoints too if we get them?
Yeah, we usually link them on the website. I usually give them a link to the director's page on our website where we put this and have all the recording and all the PowerPoints listed below that. So
not to worry as you go through the day and all this stuff is coming at you that, maybe you never heard before, and it is overwhelming. And, don't feel like you have to write everything down because you're going to be getting the recordings. You'll be getting everything that you need. And of course, Bob and I are always available for you to call or email with any issues or questions that you have. And anytime that you do call us with something, we do want you to know it is confidential. We don't discuss it with anyone else. So you can feel free to call us with whatever kind of problems, issues, and even like Jen said, we like to hear good news, sometimes too. So feel free to call us with your good news and send photos and your stories and things like that. But just know that if you do contact us, what you tell us will be kept in confidence, okay? So take a look at the agenda for day one. We're right at 9 o'clock. We're doing the welcome right now. And we're going to start out probably with the meat of the whole program, and that's going to be the library law program, which is the longest program that we have. And we wanted to make sure that we gave you plenty of time to hear and understand the law program, to ask your questions. And Michael, I'll introduce Michael in a minute, is really great about making sure that all your questions get answered. We'll have a short break at 10:30, and then we're going to bring our speaker back to cover purchasing basics, because we do get an awful lot of questions about that. And we know that you need to really understand how that whole thing works. We're going to have a good hour for lunch, because we're all going to need it. And then we're going to come back for a program on working with trustees, and then marketing and PR at your library, which is very, very important. We'll have another break, and we'll finish up with the day with intellectual freedom challenges. Now, there's also something I want to talk a little more about next week. Maybe you joined us last Wednesday evening when Bob and I had an evening of trustee training, trustee and directors training. And we do 2 of those a month. We have a director's check-in during the day where we do a webinar or a meeting, really, and you can call in and ask us anything you want in a Q&A. And we do that with the trustees too. And then once a month in the evening, we have a joint session where we try to do some sort of continuing education program for you. So last month, we had we had something like 150 signups, I think, for a program we did on strategic planning. And we have Alliance Research and Training that are coming in, that we're sponsoring, and they're coming in during April and May to do a set of 5 90-minute webinars in the evenings for directors and trustees on community-based strategic planning. And they did a really fantastic overview of the program. And Bob, I think, already sent out the information about registering for that. But
I have not yet. I have not yet. That's today. I'm going to be sending out today.
Bob will doing that. We're going to send you out information about registering for that, along with all the dates. And Alliance Research, they did a quick 10-minute video of that overview that we'll also be sending out, so you can see exactly what this new approach, this community approach based strategic planning is all about, and see if it's right for you. You will come out with that those sessions with a full strategic plan written. So we've had a lot of interest in that, which is great. And you'll get more information about that next week, and then also via the listserv. So I hope you're all checking the listservs that get sent out through NJ Pub Libs, and that's where you're going to get all your information about what's going on with the continuing education that Bob and I do per capita state aid, but also about all of the events that the New Jersey State Library is what's happening at the New Jersey State Library. So make sure you check your email. And also I encourage you to sign up for our NJSL Direct newsletter, so you can get all the news that's happening at the NJSL Library. And also, there's other things that we put in there that's happening around the state with libraries. So make sure you're on both of those things as you go along. Okay, so I think that it's time to bring on our first speaker and welcome him back. Good morning, Michael Cerone. Michael, if you've been to New Directors before or for many years, you will know that Michael Cerone is our go-to person for library law. And Michael's been representing libraries and began representing them in 1986 when he was hired by his hometown library in Clifton. And since then, he's represented over 36 libraries that handles a wide range of library law, local government law, employment, construction, and contract issues. Michael has successfully defeated efforts to close 2 municipal libraries. He's obtained court orders denying an attempt by a mayor and council to obtain the names and addresses of library card holders, as well as reinstating a board of trustees that had been illegally removed by the governing body. Michael's a graduate of George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C. and Drew University, and has presented seminars to the New Jersey State Library Trustee Institute, the New Jersey State Library Public Director Summit, Buckles, PALS Plus, Maine, and LMXAC. And Michael, I'm sure there's probably more at this point, but welcome. Thanks for coming back again. It's always a pleasure to have you, and we really appreciate your sharing all of your extensive knowledge about library law with us. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Michael. Take it away.
Michelle, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that you and Bob do. You guys are really great resources for the library directors. And I would encourage everyone that's on this webinar to reach out to you folks, you and Bob, when you have any questions regarding your library. So, all right, let me get started. What happened? This is not advancing. There we go. First, a nod to my malpractice carrier. Everything that is being provided to you today in this presentation is not legal advice. It does not create an attorney-client relationship. You should contact your attorney to obtain advice with respect to any particular issue or problem. A little table of contents, if you will, as to what we're going to cover today. I'm going to briefly describe and discuss the types of public libraries, your trustees, some of the things that are apply directly to them. We will talk about library law that's specific to libraries, how you're organized, how you're funded, things like that. And then we're going to talk about statutes that are applicable to all public entities in one way or another. And then finally, a couple of miscellaneous items that I think that you should be aware of, and then Q&A. Please, please, please ask questions. Put them in the Q&A. Bob is very good at curating the questions and getting them out to me, and I will do my best to answer every question that comes in. So, getting started. Municipal libraries, county libraries, association libraries. Municipal or joint municipal libraries are formed by referendum in the town or towns. Their trustees are appointed by the mayor if it's a municipal library, or the mayors if there's more than one in a joint municipal library. County library, with 2 exceptions, is also formed by a referendum, and there the commissioners are appointed by freeholders. Finally, association libraries are not statutory libraries, and they are nonprofits, usually formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act in New Jersey. And so the rules for them are a little bit different. Board membership for municipal and joint municipal libraries. In those, the mayor of the town and the superintendent of schools are ex officio members and get to vote. They also can have alternates or designees to attend and act in their place. On a municipal level, the statute calls for the mayor to appoint between 5 and 7 citizens. Now, if it's a city, the mayor has a direct appointment. If it's not a city, most other towns require the mayor and council to approve the mayor's appointment. With regard to joint libraries, there are 3 citizens that are appointed by the mayor of each member municipality. As I underlined in the previous slide, appointed trustees must be citizens. Not all trustees, however, have to be residents of the municipality. In a municipal library, 4 appointees must be residents. There's an Attorney General opinion from 2005 that says that appointed trustees cannot be employees of the municipality. This is known as the doctrine of incompatible offices. Typically, the mayor in most towns is the head of the executive branch, and that any employee then is under the mayor. And if the employee is appointed to a board, such as the library board, that employee will have a dual loyalties, one to the library board, the other to the mayor. And they want to keep their job, they'll probably do what the mayor wants them to do, even if in that employee or that trustee's judgment, it's not the best thing for a library. Library trustees are not compensated. By statute, they cannot be paid for their time. However, expenses can be reimbursed, and you can have expenses to attend a conference and things like that. County libraries, the majority of the commissioners must be residents of the municipalities that support the county library. Unlike municipal libraries, there's no requirement that commissioners are citizens, but just like municipal library trustees, they are not compensated, but their expenses are reimbursed. Association libraries, as I said earlier, this is a different form. They're not formed by referendum, and they are not governmental entities. They are usually formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act, and are nonprofit corporations and can apply for a 501c3 status. However, the statute does allow the municipality to aid association libraries. And as such, the only thing that the mayor and council can do legally is come to an agreement as to what the hours of operation will be for that library. That's not to say that they may not try and put strings informally and tell you that we're not going to give you money unless you do this, this, and this. And hence the difference, for me, the big difference between an association library and a municipal library or county library is that there is no guarantee of funding. And so you're subject to whatever the mayor and council wants to do. The Confidentiality of Library Records Act applies to all libraries in New Jersey, no matter what stripe they are, including association libraries. And because when association libraries take funding from the mayor and council, there are court cases, not directly to libraries, but most people feel apply to libraries, that Open Public Meetings Act statute and the Open Public Records Act apply. What does that mean? I'll talk more about those two statutes in a little bit. Trustees. Trustees are required to take an oath of office. It is a written oath and is usually done by the municipal clerk. However, in a statute that was passed not too long ago, the president of your library board can administer the oath. This is important because I had a case, Michelle alluded to it in her introduction, in which the mayor and council tried to throw out the entire library board on the pretext that they hadn't taken the oath of office. Well, nobody told them they had to take an oath of office. They didn't know. They were told, hey, you're a library trustee. Go down and start meeting with the library. They didn't know. So to avoid a problem where the municipal clerk forgets or the person can't get to the municipal clerk because they work during the day, the president of the board can do it. But again, it's got to be in writing. And you really need to file it with the municipal clerk so that there's no question as to what's going on. Attendance. If a trustee is absent for, in practically speaking, 4 consecutive regular meetings, without an excused absence, the board is required to declare the office vacant and notify the appointing authority that the office has been vacated. A municipality by ordinance can reduce the time frame down to 3 meetings. Now, the board has discretion to excuse absences, but must excuse for any legitimate illness. So if somebody's away, a trustee's away on vacation, you could say, well, the board could decide, well, we're not going to excuse that absence because they should have scheduled the vacation around it, or we just don't feel that's a legitimate reason. But if they say they're sick, they're home with COVID, the flu, or a child is sick and you're going to excuse for that. But once you have 4 in a row of somebody missing, then the office is vacant. And again, you need to check with your town to see if they've passed an ordinance that changes that time frame. Trustees are required to get continuing education in order for the library to qualify for per capita state aid. I will tell you that it is a fairly low requirement. It's a total of 7 hours of library-related education. That means one trustee can go to 7 hours of webinars and in-person training. Or if you have a 7-person board, each one of them can attend a 1-hour training and they've qualified. But you do need to have them do that. And it is important. I have found that once trustees get a little better understanding of what they're doing, why they're doing it, they become better trustees. And I think they support you as directors more as well. How does the organization of the libraries, municipal and county? The term of office is 5 years. By design in the statute, these are staggered. They were staggered when the first board was appointed because not everybody got a 5-year term. They got anywhere from a 1 to a 5-year term. It's required that these start at the same time of the year. Many will start January 1, others July 1. I've got one library that starts February 1. But that's when every trustee's term has to come up. Vacancies, and this is where problems develop. Vacancies are filled for the remainder of the term. It does not give them a new term. A lot of towns, several years back, were filling vacancies by handing out new terms, and that's what screws up the stagger. The stagger is important because it reduces the amount of political influence on a board. You get a new mayor. If terms come up once a year for 5 years, it will take the mayor several years to turn over the board to have that mayor's appointees in control. During that time, my opinion, my hope, and I've seen it from time to time, is that these new trustees that are appointed learn about libraries, realize the asset that the library is, and become supportive of libraries. Now, if you have a supportive mayor, that's great. But sometimes you won't have as supportive a mayor, and it's good when the trustees come in gradually and learn about libraries, as opposed to coming in a bulk and decide they're going to just change everything in one fell swoop. Officers of the library. The statute calls for 3 officers: the president, treasurer, and secretary. They're elected to 1-year terms. Now, the statute doesn't say what any of these folks do, with one oblique reference to the treasurer. But your bylaws can and should. The statute does require that the treasurer be bonded. Way back when, the money that the library got was paid into an account that the library controlled, and it was run by the treasurer. So it's great that the treasurer be bonded. Now there are more, better thinking is that should be more checks and balances. So my recommendation is that you have at least a 2-signature checking account. All your banking accounts should require at least 2 signatures to sign a check or withdraw money. And anybody that has signing authority be bonded or insured. I think that is the most responsible thing to do, because you're dealing with public money. There is an obligation, a fiduciary obligation to the public writ large, that the monies are properly handled and cared for. I had mentioned bylaws. Your board should consider adopting bylaws. As I noted before, it should spell out the responsibility of the officers. Now, a lot of boards want to add a vice president. As I mentioned before, statute only calls for 3: president, treasurer, and secretary. I don't think you need a VP, because then you become top heavy with officers if you have a 7-person board and you have 4 officers. I think most people feel you need a vice president in case the president isn't there. I think your bylaws can call out that if the president isn't there, the treasurer becomes the acting president, chairs the meeting, and if they're not there, then the secretary, or whatever order they may like. There are 2 ways that I've seen libraries operated. One is that the library board meets every month, and everything goes through the library board meeting, which can be an hour, it could be 4 hours. Another way is for them to have committees, and those committees will meet to discuss the various issues within their committee. And I've outlined a few that I have seen over the years: a Buildings and Grounds Committee, a Finance Committee that will review the bills and the budget, Personnel Committee, which will meet with the director to review personnel issues, a Policy Committee to come up with different library policies. If you have bylaws, you can have a provision that will allow trustees that can't make your physical meeting to attend remotely. And your bylaws should contain a reference to a parliamentary authority, the most common of which is Robert's Rules of Order. And I have listed on this slide the way that Roberts itself says that you should reference Robert's Rules of Order. Roberts is updated once every 10 years, a new edition comes out. And so referencing to the current edition means that you'll have the most updated one. Now, that's important because not this edition, but the edition before that, for the first time, had a provision about trustees attending via electronic means. And so that's an important thing. And it's important that you have the most recent edition of Robert's Rules. What are the powers of a library? What are the powers of the board? Well, kind of makes sense to purchase books and other materials, to hire librarians and other necessary personnel. This is a key one: fixed compensation. To rent rooms or construct buildings. Here, the context of the statute, in my opinion, renting rooms is you're renting a room for the library. You're not renting out your community room or meeting room. Adopt rules and regulations. Here, the policies for how patrons are to behave, unattended children. We'll discuss more about policies in a little bit, but this is an important power of the board. And then a catch-all to do whatever is necessary to maintain the library. In my opinion, libraries are autonomous. What does that mean? It means that nobody else can tell the library how to run the library. The library board is a board of trustees. It is responsible for the library and oversees the library in a general way. The library board is responsible for the library, not the mayor and not the council. There is an attorney general's opinion, goes back to 1959, that says that the library statute was designed to exclude interference by the municipal governing body with the powers granted to trustees. In that instance, a municipality had adopted a personnel ordinance that they wanted to apply to library employees. The attorney general said, no, it doesn't apply. The statute gives that authority to the library board. So what I've just described in a nutshell can be generally referenced as legal autonomy. Legally, the board is autonomous. However, it doesn't have an independent funding source, doesn't have an unlimited pot of money, and it does get some funding from the town. And so there is a question of just how politically autonomous the library may be. And there, you're going to try and make sure that you have good relations with the town because for various factors, and we'll get into more of those in a moment. So the mayor in a lot of towns has an outsized role in the town and with the library. Of course, the mayor appoints the trustees of the library board. But remember, the mayor's only one vote. He should not be dictating how people vote, and people, trustees who have taken an oath of office to act in the best interest of the library should be voting their conscience as to what they feel is the best interest of the library. Some mayors think they're the CEO of the library and the director is only the COO of the library. It's not the way I see it at all. So, as I noted before, the board with its staggered terms is structured so that political influence is minimized. However, as the appointing authority, the mayor may seek to influence those trustees and say, hey, you don't do what I do, I'm not going to tell you what to do, you're not going to get reappointed, or hey, I appointed you, I expect you to do this. However, the mayor, either because he sits on the governing body or is the chief executive, can do things to help the library, whether it's town services to plow the lot after yesterday's snow, to help promote capital projects when the library needs a new roof or needs a new boiler or things like that. So again, it goes back to the whole conversation of legal autonomy versus political autonomy. Politically, you don't have quite the level of autonomy that I wish that we had. But it is, so it is important that you recognize that. So there is a balance here that you're trying to achieve between the legal autonomy that you have under the statute and the political autonomy that the statute kind of limits you in having. So let's talk about money. Let's talk about funding. By statute, municipal and joint municipal libraries must receive what's commonly known as 1/3 of a mil. Counties are a little different. They're only 1/15 of a mil of the towns receiving the services. What is this 1/3 of a mil or 1/15 of a mil? It is a percentage of, a very small percentage of the equalized property valuation in your town or towns or county. Now, what is equalized property valuation? The state tries to balance out every town's assessment of property. A quick example. In your town, you have a house that is worth $100,000, but is only valued at $50,000 for tax purposes. The tax assessment shows that it's valued at $50,000. Neighboring town in the same county, that $100,000 house, they just reassessed the town and their tax records show it's worth $100,000. Now, for the county to issue a tax bill, they take all the property valuations for the different towns and then figure out how much of the county budget, what percentage of the county budget each town has to pay. Well, in the first town that I talked about, if everybody's only assessed at 50% of value, and if both towns had the equal property values in real market value, but they only go on the assessed value, the first town would pay half the amount of taxes that the second town does, even though they both have the same amount of property that on the fair market value is the same value. What the state does is it goes to that first town and says, okay, we've done an analysis of market value, and for equalized valuation purposes, we're going to raise that to full value, okay? That is why property valuation in your town is important to libraries, both when new projects come on board, whether it's a new office building, a new housing development, a new condo, that all increases the base and raises your budget. On the other hand, if a place closes down, buildings get knocked down, it lies fallow, that will reduce the amount of property value. Sometimes this whole equalized property valuation process will change how much the property is worth and therefore what your budget is. Several years back, thanks to a lot of good work by the New Jersey Library Association, the 1/3 of a mil is now on the municipal bill a separate line that appears. You have your municipality, you have the county, you have the Board of Education, and you have the library. Now that's important because that legislation took the library funding, the 1/3 mil of library funding, out of the town's budget cap. So that if your money, your 1/3 of a mil goes up substantially more than 2% in the past, that reduced what the town could spend on everything else. Now that doesn't. It's outside of the cap. I also think, by the way, that giving us a separate line on the tax bill furthers the argument that we are an autonomous body because we are clearly separately funded and everybody knows it. Now, many towns, or maybe many stretching a little bit, but a lot of towns do appropriate more money to the library over the 1/3 of a mil. But understand that that extra money is part of the town's budget cap. And in a difficult budget year, you are going to find that the library becomes one of the places they look to cut to save money. How do you get your money? You 1/3 of a mil. All right, fine. I've got $1 million that's coming to the library. The statute requires that that money be paid quarterly to the library treasurer. So if you're $1 million, $250,000 each quarter is to be paid to the library treasurer. However, it doesn't say when in the quarter it's to be done. There was a local finance advisory that came out after this legislation was adopted that suggested it should be within 20 days of the due date for each quarterly tax payment. Now, taxes in New Jersey are paid quarterly 1 month into the calendar quarter. So they're calendar quarters, but they're not due at the beginning of the calendar quarter. They're due 1 month in. So the first quarter, January, February, March, is due February 1. March, April, May, June is due May 1, and so on. However, in addition to paying the money to the library treasurer, the state librarian's regulations allow the money to be kept in a reserve account that the municipality holds, and that money is dispersed on the approval of the library trustees. Now, here's where problems develop. There are some CFOs that don't understand how to work with libraries and don't understand that the rules for libraries are a little different than their rules. So, excuse me, they don't understand the concept of the reserve account. They don't understand the concept of dispersal on approval of library trustees. They think that if the library asks for money to be paid, either to the library or to different vendors, that has to then go on the mayor and council's claims list. My opinion, it does not. It gets dispersed when the library trustees submit their voucher or whatever paperwork they have. And that's it. The town is not responsible for how that money is spent. The library trustees are, but not the town. If you wait for the mayor and council to approve, you may be waiting a month or more before your vendors get paid. Now they start charging you interest. That's an important concept, and is something that if your town holds your money, that you've got to make sure that they are dispersing when your library trustees approve it. And candidly, it's great if the town will hold it because they have the personnel trained to handle money and account for it. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to invest some resource into having at least a bookkeeper, and you're going to want to discuss this with your auditor to make sure that things are set up so that your audit would be a clean audit. Another concept that the CFOs don't get at all is that any money that they're holding in this reserve account, if you don't spend it in year one, that is still there for the library to spend in year two. Some CFOs say once you get to the end of the year, that money then can't be touched for another year. Now, that's apparently a rule that applies to their unspent money. It doesn't apply to our unspent money. On the county side, the county treasurer is the custodian of library funds. I don't see any reference to anything that would allow the county the money to be paid to a county library. So 1/3 of a mill funding is great. You know you've got your funding. It's on your tax bill, but you may think that you need more money and you may have a greater need for services. And so there is a process to change that statutory funding. Either the governing body on its own initiative, or if the voters, the citizens in town, get a petition signed by at least 15% of equal in number to 15% of the votes cast in the last general election, the voters can vote on changing the rate of funding. Now, a referendum can't be submitted more than once every 3 years. And if you're looking at doing this, you've got to be strategic about it. Getting a petition signed by 15% of the votes cast in the last general election could be a huge undertaking. If you were to, this time next year, say, hey, I want to get on the ballot in 2025, a referendum to increase our millage funding, and start getting a petition around, you're going to need 15% of the votes cast in a presidential election year, which I'm sure you all know is by far the highest turnout of voters in a general election. However, if you had said last year that you wanted to get something on the ballot this year, that you wanted to get something on the ballot for this year, you would look at last year's turnout. And last year's turnout had only the state legislators at the top of the ticket and is notoriously the worst of the 4 years in terms of turnout, so that you would have to get far less number of votes in order to get the thing on the referendum. Of course, you'll be going up against the attention on a presidential race, on a U.S. Senate race, congressional races, etc. So you may get lost. So you've got to have a strategic outlook in terms of how you're going to do this. Any rate that is approved in this referendum automatically expires after 10 years, or if there's a new referendum to change the rate, the tax year after that new referendum is adopted. Now, there is, by statute, a cap on how much the library's budget can increase every year. This legislation exempts the library from that cap in the first year of the statute. So, and that's important. And it's also exempt from the excess funds statute in the first year, and we'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, the exact wording of the question that the voters would vote on is in the statute. The only blanks in it are how much the millage is going to change. There is also an outline for an interpretive statement. Now, it's the interpretive statement that many voters read to decide whether or not to vote for something. I've had experience with mayors and council who have tried to put public questions affecting libraries, including in one instance, this legislation, and drafting the interpretive statement in a way that you'd have to be a moron to vote for it. It clearly talks about why you should vote against the question. We don't want that, obviously. We want a fair interpretive statement. And in fact, there are several court cases that require that the interpretive statement merely describe what the referendum is about and not create a bias one way or the other. So you're funded. What can you use the money for? State librarians' regulations describe eligible costs, money that you can, expenses you can spend the money for, and ineligible costs, things you cannot spend the money for. Eligible costs are, in a nutshell, for the operation of the library. That is your day-to-day, month-to-month operation of the library. It's payroll, it's benefits, it's utilities, it's buying books, things like that. You cannot use the money to pay rent to the town, nor can you pay for debt service. You can pay rent to a third party, such as a developer. I have one library that's had a branch library in a shopping mall, a strip mall, and they pay that landlord a rent for that that branch library. That's fine. But if it were the town, you can't pay it for the town. I have had towns say, okay, fine, we'll fix your roof, or we'll give you a new heating system, but we're going to charge you for the debt service. They can't do it. Those things, capital expenses, a roof, a boiler, air conditioning, new windows, things like that, those are capital expenses. Capital expenses can be paid for by the library, but only if the library has a capital plan and has sufficient funds remaining so that it can maintain the library in the way that it's been maintained for the balance of the year in which the money is reserved. Now, the excess funds statute, which goes back to the Christie administration, when it first came in, property values were low. They weren't going up a lot. And with the exception of a couple of shore municipalities, libraries did not have excess funds. But with the way the real estate market has gone in the last few years, there are several libraries now that this statute can apply to. So it's important that you understand this so that you're prepared if your town, you end up with an increase in the money that you have left over. So the excess fund statute requires the library to return to the municipality the unrestricted surplus that is in excess of 20% of last year's audited operating expenses. Now, what does that mean? Let's take something very simple. Let's take, let's say your audited operating expenses last year were $100,000. And you have in an unrestricted account, whether it's your general operating account or in the municipality's reserve account, you have $25,000 in that account. Well, you're only allowed to have 20%. You'd be required to return 5%, provided the return has been approved by the state librarian. Now, the state library website has a package of materials that you have to complete and a process to be followed before you can submit this to the state librarian for approval. You need to have strategic plan, a capital plan. There is a Excel spreadsheet you've got to complete to show the calculation of the money. Now, this is where you've got to be on your toes and try and be prepared for it. Donations and funds previously restricted for capital expenses are excluded from that calculation. So, how can you keep your money if you have these excess funds, or may have these excess funds? First, I suggest you open up a separate bank account for your donations and capital money that clearly identifies it as such. You don't want your auditor coming in and lumping that into an unrestricted pool of money. In order to sustain a capital plan, you should hire an architect or engineer. And I suggest you do this every 3 to 5 years. Have the architect or engineer go through your library, hey, do you need a new roof in the next few years? Do your bathrooms need updating for ADA purposes or whatever? Will you need a new boiler or a new HVAC system? And get them to put a back of the envelope guesstimate as to what that is going to cost, so that you can say, okay, fine, we know we're going to need a new boiler. That's going to be $50,000, and we're putting money away for that. Whenever you are going to restrict funds and move them over from your general account to this separate bank account, adopt a resolution that restricts those funds for capital purposes and transfers the money over. I'm saying all of this so that your auditor will clearly know that these are restricted funds and are outside of that calculation for return of money. Now, the other thing that you should know if you have to return money is that those excess funds can only be used for tax relief. I have had mayors come to library board meetings and say, hey, I've got a budget problem. I need your money. And I've had to remind mayors, or point it out because they didn't know it, that, well, you can't use this to hire another cop or to fix a ballpark or hire another DPW worker. You can only use this for tax relief. Now, that's appealing to some mayors, but if it's not going to solve a budget problem for them. It's only going to reduce the amount that they can collect from the taxpayer. So usually when they know that, they back off. Okay, let's talk about another statute that applies to libraries, and that's the Confidentiality of Library Records Act. The statute is very clear that all libraries in New Jersey, any records that the library maintains that contains the names of the users, any other personally identifying details of library users, such as what they've checked out, are confidential. And they cannot be disclosed unless they're necessary for the operation of the library. So, for example, you've got an overdue library book. You need to use that information, meaning the name and address of your patron, to write to them and say, hey, your book is overdue. You've got to return it, and what the consequences are. If your library charges fines, what the fine rate is. If it's only that they've got to replace the book, pay you the value of the book, you would tell them that. The user made this request that you disclose that information, in which case you can do so. Or you might receive a court order or a court-issued subpoena to turn over the material. I've had police, I've had county prosecutors come to libraries demanding to see a record to find out if a suspect took out a book or what books they've looked at, or trying to see their internet browsing or things like that. Them walking in and saying they want to see it doesn't do it. They need to come in with a subpoena or a court order. And that is very important. So since you can't use the names of patrons unless necessary for the operation of the library, or it's the request, the user has requested it, I think that if you're going to have patron email, you should, that is, you're going to send emails to patrons with your newsletter or things like that, they should have the opportunity to opt into that, okay? If you have the opt-out provision, I think that may carry it, but I think having an opt-in makes more sense, because now their information is clearly confidential, and you're using it only because they requested it. Although it's nice to have a newsletter, I don't think that is absolutely necessary for the operation of the library. I think it enhances the operation of the library. I don't think it's absolutely necessary for it. Okay, let's move into the area of state statutes that are applicable to all public entities, whether they are libraries, mayor and council, board of adjustment, things like that. First thing is the Open Public Meetings Act. This requires that your meetings be noticed. Your notice must give the date, time, and location of the meeting, and to the extent known when you give the notice, the agenda. it must be given at least 48 hours in advance. It must be posted in a prominent location in the library. It must be mailed, phoned, or hand-delivered to at least 2 newspapers. So let me stop there. This statute goes back to the 1970s when email and the internet were somebody's pipe dream, but we didn't know about it. The statute has never been updated. Most newspapers nowadays don't open physical mail, don't have somebody that can take a phone call, and don't even want it hand delivered. They've got a special inbox in their email, and they only want notices emailed to them. In my opinion, that will work. Now, I said it has to be at least 48 hours in advance. The statute doesn't talk about publishing the notice. It just talks about giving the notice to the newspaper. Why it is written in that way, I'm not sure. In my opinion, it was so that the newspapers could have a reporter go to the meeting and report on the meeting. There are some that feel it's got to be published as a legal notice, even though the statute doesn't say it. Obviously, if you publish it as a legal notice, you'll have proof that you published it at least 48 hours in advance, and you will have clearly met the requirement of the statute. In addition to posting and giving to the newspapers, you have to file the notice with the municipal clerk, or if you're the county clerk. Now, you're required to notice every meeting that you have of the board. However, if at your annual meeting, which is typically the meeting that comes when new trustees' terms start, so if your trustees' terms start January 1, the January meeting, if at that annual meeting, the board adopts a notice, or a schedule rather, of the meetings for the whole year, if you provide notice of that schedule, you don't need to provide notice of your regular meetings. Again, you either provide that to the newspapers or publish it, and you post it and you give it to the clerk, you're good to go. You will, however, if that regular meeting changes, you'll have to publish or provide notice of the change in the meeting. So if it's a change in the time or the location, you would need to get that out there. Also, if you're going to have a special meeting, you will have to give the notice of date, time, and location of that special meeting. And when you give the notice, to the extent known at that time, what the agenda is. We had during COVID a public emergency. It was a health emergency and a public emergency, both. The statute got amended to provide that during a state of emergency, the board, the entire board, could meet using electronic equipment or other means of communication besides an in-person meeting. And what's listed on the slide are the reasons and the things that can be done via electronic equipment. Now, your meeting notice, if you're going to meet remotely like that, you can post a notice on the website in lieu of adequate notice. But if website notice is given only and no other notice is given, then the statute says that the meeting is limited to matters absolutely necessary for the continued operation of the library related to the emergency declaration or those decisions which must be made due to time constraints. Now, if in addition to the website, you give notice by publishing the notice in the paper and posting it at the library, then you can conduct business on any topic whatsoever. When the statute was first amended, it called for regulations to be issued by the Department of Community Affairs to further describe the rules for this. And they issued emergency regulations that were good for 18 months. That explained in detail how to do it. Those regulations have expired, as has the public health emergency. So most people feel that we have to meet in person now, and I, for one, encourage public meeting in person. However, to my knowledge, there is a public emergency that was declared in Phil Murphy's Executive Order 103 that has yet to be rescinded. And so technically it would appear that we are still under a state of emergency. This goes back, by the way, to Tropical Storm or Superstorm Sandy. And that, so I do know that there are some boards that meet remotely. I don't encourage that. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good for the board. I don't think that's good for the public. I don't think that's good, frankly, for you as directors, because I think that having in-face meetings allows you to get to know your trustees better. And I think that's an important thing. Now, there may be a need to have an emergency meeting. You can't give 48 hours notice. You've got to get the board together and meet ASAP so that you can get something done, whether it's you got to get somebody in to fix a roof or a boiler or something like that. When that happens, when the board does get together, the first thing the board must do is adopt a resolution. The resolution has to be adopted by a vote of at least 3/4 of the members attending that says that the subject matter of the meeting was so urgent, we couldn't give notice. And if we delay, we'll end up with real harm to the building or to the library. So a leaking roof, for example, would be one. In this weather, if your heat were to go out and you didn't have a way to bring in temporary heat or get in somebody to fix it, and the board has to meet in order to approve that, that would be something that would certainly be urgent. But the meeting is only limited to the urgent matter. You can't say, all right, well, we just voted on getting somebody in here to fix the roof. Let's talk about adopting a new policy for the children's room or something like that. You can't do that. That would have to go to either a regular meeting or a special meeting. After this emergency meeting is over, you then have to provide notice in the same way you would have before the meeting that you had the meeting and what happened, or what the agenda was. The Open Public Meetings Act also requires that a quorum is necessary to conduct business. What is a quorum? A quorum is a majority of the board. So if you have a 7-person board, you need 4 people. If you have an 8-person board, you will need 5 people. Now, the law does not apply. That is the requirement for a quorum and for minutes and to be done in public does not apply to meetings of less than an effective majority of the board, typically committees. So if you have a committee meeting, you don't have to advertise it. You don't have to take minutes. And there's one other important thing that I'll describe in a minute. Minutes must be taken of all meetings. The minutes must contain the time, date, and place of the meeting, each member that is present, the subjects considered, what votes were taken, what actions were taken, and the vote of each member. Now, it does not have to say what each member said on every topic. It doesn't have to summarize what each member said on every topic. Both the statute and Robert's rules just merely say we want a record of what was done, not what was said. And so I do know boards that have a summary of what each trustee and the director and the public say that's in their minutes. But the minutes will quickly become ours if you have all that information in there. Statute requires the minutes be made promptly available to the public. There's nothing that says that minutes have to be approved before they're made available. But if your board meets on a monthly basis, I would wait until they approve the meetings before I posted them or made them available to the public. By the way, there is no requirement that your meeting agenda or your minutes be posted on your website, but I will tell you, I think that's a good practice. And I expect that at some point, whenever they get around to reviewing the Open Public Meetings Act, that's going to become a requirement. In addition to your public session, when your board meets in closed or executive session, the board is required to keep minutes of those closed sessions. So now those minutes don't have to be made available until the board decides to make it available, or until whatever required the meeting to be closed is no longer something that should be kept from the general public. So let's talk about closed session for a second. In order for the board to go into closed session, first they have to be in a public meeting. So they had to have started a meeting that's been publicly advertised. Then they're required to adopt a resolution to say, we're going to go into closed session. The resolution that they adopt must state both the reason for going into closed session and when the minutes of that closed session can be made public. Now, I have listed three of the most popular reasons or common reasons for going into closed session: personnel matters, litigation, things covered by attorney-client privilege, and contract negotiations. Now, of these, I think the most important is personnel matters. If you're going to discuss personnel in a board meeting, you have to give the employee or employees who are affected by that what is known as a Rice notice. That Rice notice tells the employee the board is going to discuss the terms and conditions of their employment, whether it's discipline, whether it's a promotion, their salary, and that discussion will be held in closed session unless the employee asks for that discussion to be in open session. And if the conversation is going to affect multiple employees, that is, it's the same topic affecting all the a group of employees, all of the employees would need to ask that the matter be discussed in public. Otherwise, it will be discussed in closed session. Now, understand the board can take no action, no formal action in closed session. You can, however, have a straw vote to determine a consensus of the board so that when they go into open session and they have to vote, they know what they're going to do. And they know, all right, we're going to make a motion to approve the promotion of Mary Smith to librarian 2 or something like that. Or it could be that the director just wants to get a sense of the board on how to handle a certain matter, whether to consider a certain action that is covered by the exemption for the closed session. And she just wants to get, or he wants to get, a sense of the library board. But again, no formal action can be taken in the closed session. So, what does this mean? Email and penalties. You can conduct a meeting, as we know, many ways. You can conduct a meeting remotely. You can do it over the phone in a conference call or via Zoom. You could also do it via email. There was an incident in one of the southern counties several years ago in which a governing body, a mayor and council, were emailing each other and discussing town business. Prosecutor in that county said that constitutes a meeting because you're discussing things outside of the public view that are going to become the basis for decisions that the full board makes. All right. So I'm going to tell you as library directors, when you need to communicate to your board members, you should do so using a blind CC undisclosed recipients kind of process. I tell you, just put everybody in the blind CC line, all of your trustees. So if you're distributing the board packet, for example, you should do it by way of putting all the trustees in the blind CC line. That way, if they have a question, they only can reply to you, not to all their fellow trustees. And I would tell the trustees, if they were on this call, to not start a conversation with all your trustees via email to avoid any problems. What happens if somebody knowingly violates the Open Public Meetings Act? Somebody can go to court to undo the actions that the board takes. And there can be a civil penalty assessed of $100 for the first violation and up to $500 for subsequent violations. Okay, that's statutes. Let me get into something practical. A personnel manual or employee handbook. I would encourage, if you don't have a union especially, I would encourage that you have some kind of an employee handbook or manual. And that should have in it various policies that affect your employees. Sexual harassment policy, absolutely. An affirmative action policy, absolutely. You should adopt these policies even if you don't put them in a handbook. You should describe the work week, whether they're required to work nights, Saturdays, Sundays, how meal breaks are done, how long they are, how much vacation or sick leave they're entitled to, and the procedure for calling in sick or requesting vacation. If you offer bereavement leave, that should be in there. Disciplinary procedures. Now, if you have a union, many of these things are going to be in the collective negotiations agreement you have with your union. So you have to make sure you've reconciled what's in that agreement with what's in that handbook. Some places just hand out the agreement and say, here it is, and then we'll hand out a sexual harassment policy and affirmative action policy. And remember, every time you negotiate a new agreement with the union, if there are changes in that affect the handbook, you need to update the handbook. So that's important. Many of you may be in civil service towns, but not all. So let me just direct this to those of you that are in civil service towns. If your town is a civil service town, the library and therefore your library employees are covered by civil service. If the title that you're hiring in civil service is classified, there's going to be a list that gets generated by civil service, and you have to hire from that list. If they're provisional in the title, a working test period doesn't start. It only starts after appointment to the permanent title. It's a 3-month working test period. During that time, you have to provide a progress report at the end of 2 months and again at the end of the 3 months. At the end of the 3 months, if you don't dismiss the employee, the working test period, the probationary period is over, and now you have an employee that has full civil service rights. You can dismiss the employee for what you describe as unsatisfactory performance. And if that is at all backed up in those progress reports, although the employee has a right to appeal, in almost every instance, the employee will not be successful. But once you pass that working test period and they stay on the payroll, then they're going to be covered by civil service. Now, civil service outlines the reasons why you can discipline an employee in civil service. And I've listed them here. I won't go over them. The slide really speaks for itself. For those of you that are not civil service libraries, however, I will tell you that this is a very good guide for what you should look for as reasons to discipline an employee, and ultimately, if it comes to it, terminate an employee. I say that because once you terminate an employee as a public employer, or even as a private employer, if that employee falls into any of the protected classifications under the law against discrimination, age, sex, gender identity, things like that, they have a prima facie cause of action for discrimination just based on the fact that they fall into that protected category and they have suffered an adverse employment decision. Now, to counter that presumption, the burden then passes to you to show that, no, we didn't discriminate. We had a real reason to do it, as opposed to a pretextual reason that looks real but really isn't real. If you go through a full disciplinary process, some graduated form of process of discipline in which you've given them warnings, written warnings. You suspend them without pay for a day or two, 3 or 4 days, 5 days, 2 weeks, and then you terminate them. You show that progressive discipline and you back it up with paperwork on each occasion. You have a much better chance of resisting any claim of discrimination that may be brought against the library. Sick leave. A couple of years ago, the legislature passed a Paid Sick Leave Act that requires, it allows employees to accrue up to 40 hours of sick leave each year, 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. You must provide your employees with a notice of their rights under the Paid Sick Leave Act. I provided you the URL from the Department of Labor website for the sick leave poster, which you can post and which you probably should give to employees. However, note that if you are an employer that is required by another statute or rule or regulation of the state to supply sick leave, the Paid Sick Leave Act does not apply. If you are a civil service library, the Paid Sick Leave Act does not apply. However, civil service regulations as to sick leave will apply. If you have a union and you've negotiated an agreement with them, they may have modified what the civil service regs require. Typically they enhance what the employees may be entitled to, but you're not subject to the Paid Sick Leave Act. Then you're subject as a civil service employer to the civil service regulations. So commonly referred to as FMLA, there are two statutes, actually, a state statute known as the Family Leave Act and a federal statute, the Family and Medical Leave Act. Now, on the face of it, you may say, well, I'm a small library, it doesn't apply to me. The number of employees threshold in these statutes only applies to private employers. My read of the statutes are that public employers are covered employers regardless of the number of employees that you have. However, employees must have worked at least 12 months for the employer, although not 12 consecutive months. And within the last year prior to taking the leave, they have to have either worked 1,000 hours if they're looking for FLA leave, or 1,250 hours of FMLA leave. Now, an employee may take FLA leave for any of the following reasons: a serious health condition of an immediate family member, or the birth and adoption of a child, provided that that leave is taken within 1 year of the birth or adoption. Now, the state applies to everybody but yourself. The federal statute applies to the health condition of the employee as well. So the employee can take FMLA leave if it's their own personal health condition. Now, how much leave are they entitled to? Under FLA, they can take 12 weeks in a 24-month period, but FMLA leave is 12 months in a 12-month period. This is not paid leave, but it is job protected leave, which means that at the end of their leave, you have to return them to the same or a similar job unless you've eliminated the job because of a reduction in force. That is, you had an economic reason to do it, and you didn't discriminate against that employee because they were on FMLA or FLA leave. These leaves can be taken in increments. So, for example, somebody had knee surgery and needs to go to therapy 3 times a week. It would require them to take 3 hours off. If they're taking intermittent leave, they've got to do something to try and minimize the disruption for the employer. So, for example, if you're shorthanded in the morning shift and you need the employee to come in the morning, you've got to ask the employee to try and get that therapy scheduled for the afternoon, so they take the afternoon off so that you can use that employee in the morning. Now, the employee may have paid leave available to them. It may be sick leave, it may be vacation leave. As I said, FLA, FMLA leave is not paid leave, but you can require the employee to concurrently exhaust paid leave while they're on FLA or FMLA leave. Why is that important? That's important because if they use FMLA leave first and they aren't required to exhaust any paid leave available to them, typically paid leave is also job protected. And so after that 12 weeks of FMLA leave, for example, they can then say, all right, now I'm going to use my sick time. Didn't get paid for 12 weeks. Now I'm going to use my sick leave until I get better. All right. During FMLA leave, you as the employer must keep the employee on health insurance, but any contributions required of the employee is responsible for paying. The Open Public Records Act. This is something that we're seeing a lot of these days. People asking for different information from towns, from libraries. Government records are broadly defined by the statute. And so most anything you might have that you are required to keep or regularly do keep as part of your practice is a government record and therefore can be obtained by a member of the public. However, as broad as the definition is, not all aspects of an employee's personnel file are a government record subject to OPRA. However, you do have to disclose an employee's name, title, position, salary, and length of service. But, and this is very important, you can't release any disciplinary information whatsoever. Reasons why they were disciplined, things like that. There is a compliance process that the requestor has the option of going to the Government Records Council or to Superior Court. There are penalties for anyone who knowingly violates the law. And here you have to know that someone who is successful can apply for attorney's fees to be granted. Now, it doesn't mean that every time you turn somebody down and they go to the GRC or Superior Court, that if they're successful, they're going to get attorney's fees. But just understand that that's one of the sticks out there that they put in the statute to try and get you to release information. Their thinking is, when in doubt, it's a public record that you should release. There are some towns that feel that the municipal clerk is the records custodian for all things municipal, which would include the library, and that all requests should come through the municipal clerk, and that the municipal clerk then would turn to you and ask you to provide the information requested. There are other clerks that say, hey, I've got no control over the library. They've got to go to the library to request the information. So you may want to think about appointing a records custodian, which, depending on the size of your library, may be you. But you do want to have a process for handling these things, because there is you have 7 business days to respond to an OPRA request. Now you can, even if the nature of the request is such that you got to do a lot of work in order to find the record or records to get it together to give to them, you can tell them you need more time and why. It's a kind of a self-executing extension of time, if you will. They could object, but they rarely do if you give them a reason that is valid and appears valid on its face. The other thing is, you're not required to create a record. So if it's something where you'd have to do work to pull information out of different things to put together, you can tell them, listen, we don't have a record like that, and you don't have to do the work. They'd have to request the different elements that they could put it together themselves. Okay, a couple of practical matters. Insurance. Let me touch on this aspect of things. And I should have hit this highlight earlier on when we were talking about funding and eligible costs. The library building, by statute, is owned by the municipality. The library gets to use it and control it for so long as it's used as a library. but it is a municipal asset. As such, I think that the municipality should be insuring the building and should be responsible for capital repairs, like a roof and a boiler, as examples. So you want to make sure that the town has your building insured and has the contents insured. And you want the contents insured for replacement value. Lord only knows that a library book, a book, generally speaking, unless it's a collector's edition, loses a lot of its value once it's been sold or purchased by the library. So for you to replace it is a lot more than what the value is if you had your friends conduct a book sale of purged books, for example. So you want to make sure that they've got that hazard insurance. You also want to find out if they are covering your library for employment practices liability insurance, EPLI. Sometimes it's known as directors and officers insurance. This is what covers the library, you as directors, supervisors, if somebody makes a discrimination claim or a wrongful termination claim. Workers' compensation insurance. If the town handles your payroll, the town will have workers' compensation insurance. But the question you'll have to ask is, what is the retention in that insurance policy? I had one library, the town handled the workers' comp insurance, but they had a retention of $250,000. Library employee had fallen, taken a bad fall in the library, had incurred medical bills and lost wages under temporary disability under workers' comp that was close to the $250,000 retention, and the town wanted that money from the library. I'm sure most of you would know that that would cripple your libraries if you had to pay that. So you need to know what that retention is, and if it's substantial, consider having your own insurance workers' comp policy for that money. Unemployment insurance. Employees are all covered by unemployment, so that if you have an employee that gets laid off, you have to lay off, they're going to be able to go and collect unemployment. However, if you're not paying into unemployment insurance and you have an employee who you lay off, the benefits paid to that employee will get billed back to you and billed back to the town if they're handling the insurance. So you have to know if you have that or not if you're facing a situation where you're going to lay people off, because the cost of that or the benefit of the savings of the layoff may not be as big as you think it is, because you may have to pay for those benefits that the employee collects. There are many policies that I think that you should adopt. I've talked about a few of them earlier. One of them is that I really think you need to have is a patron behavior policy. I've had many libraries come to me and say, I've got a problem patron, what do I do? The first question I ask is, do you have a patron behavior policy? You need to spell out in detail what behavior in a library is unacceptable, and detail the circumstances under which an employee will be asked to leave the premises, have their library privileges suspended or revoked. If you have that in place, then you can sustain a suspension of a patron's privileges. However, make sure that your policy allows for a period of due process where the patron has the right to appeal, typically to your library board or maybe to the director, a suspension or revocation. Other policies are, as I've listed here, your friends of your library. You should have, if you have a friends of the library, it's great. Understand that they're an independent body. You can work with them. Their purpose, if there are true friends of the library, is to assist the library in either raising funds to make donations or to make purchases for the library. If you had really robust friends, They can buy items and donate them to you. They would not be subject to the local public contracts law. So something to know. Finally, your role as director. I view you as the library CEO. The civil service job description for a library director, excuse me, is that you manage and direct the operations of the library. The board under the statute is the hiring authority, but they may delegate this to you as the director. Otherwise, you should identify the need for the position, interview the candidates, bring the recommendation to the board for action. This is the most important. Trustees should not be talking to staff about library operations. There is a chain of command. It's the board of trustees, the director, and trustees, employees. If there's a problem, employees should go to the director, director to the board. If the trustees don't like the way the place is being run, the trustees to the director, director to employees. In my opinion, you're best served if you have a job description as the director. You meet with the board to discuss your goals and that they perform performance evaluations for you. You don't always have to do that. It depends on what the line of communication is and how good it is. I have had libraries that have never had performance evaluations to the director, but to the director's credit, they give a great director's report every month, are in constant contact with the president or their committee chairs so that everybody knows what's going on, and they fully support the director. So with that, Bob, any questions?
Michelle's muted.
Oh,
Michael, let me ask you something. So we have a break at 10:30 and we do have at least 12 questions in the queue. So
Oh, wow.
let's see how we want to arrange this. Want to take a break now for, the 15 minutes, come back and answer the questions. I recall that your purchasing program is not an hour long. Am I right about that? Or
yeah, it's usually a little bit less. So we'll have plenty of time for questions.
so do you want to let's take the break now, let everybody stretch, come back and answer the questions? Is that, and then go into purchasing? How would you like to run that?
That works fine with me.
Okay,
Yeah,
so everybody, let's
and then
take,
if after the purchasing is over, Michelle, if they still have questions about this topic as well, I'm happy to answer them.
terrific. So it's 10:33 now. Let's follow the schedule till 10:45. We'll come back. Michael will answer the questions in the queue and then go into his purchasing program. Make sense to everyone?
Sounds good.
Okay, let's do that. Thanks, everybody. See you at 10:45 or 10:45.
Yep.
about that, Michelle. I lost track of time.
Yeah, you got about 1 minute, Michael.
Yeah, no, but during the presentation, I just lost
Oh,
track of time.
That, you know, it's fine. It's all good information and it'll all work out. So I'm thinking I'm recalling that your purchasing might have been 30 to 40 minutes. What do you recall?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
So
We'll have plenty of time.
yeah. And as you said, we appreciate your being willing to stay after for a little bit during lunchtime. So I'm gonna call everyone back now and restart. And so I think that Michael's next presentation on purchasing basics lasts about 40 minutes tops. So I think we have a good like 15 to 20 minutes where we can answer the questions that you all had in the Q&A. And I want to let Bob Keith take over to do that. And then after about 20 minutes, Michael, I'll try to come back on, Bob or I, and if we're not done yet, and prompt that it's time to start. And for everybody that's still on, Michael has graciously agreed that after purchasing is over and it is lunchtime, if there's still a few questions, he said he will stay and answer them for you while the rest of us go to lunch. So thanks for that, Michael. So Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you. There's a lot of questions in the queue, and let you go ahead.
All right, here we go. So first question, what would you recommend looking for when deciding to select an attorney for the library board?
So you want somebody who understands that the library board is autonomous, distinct from the municipality, understands the things that I've emphasized with regard to how a library should operate. That's the key. Somebody who's going to advocate for the library.
Okay. Is video security footage a confidential library record? And are there any model policies for that?
In my opinion, security cameras are there for security. They are not producing a library record that is confidential. It is, you have the cameras there because if something were to happen, you want to be able to hand that over to law enforcement so that they can pursue an investigation. If you're going to treat it as a library record, I don't know why you have them.
In municipalities, can the mayor's alternate be an employee, I guess, of the municipality, or are they subject to the same restriction that you talked about in the AGO?
So, to me, the mayor's alternate, unlike any other trustee, is really the mayor's alter ego. And so they're stepping in for the mayor. And so I don't necessarily think that restriction should apply because this person is acting for the mayor. When you're an appointed trustee, it's a little bit different. You are there you take an oath as a trustee of the library. The designee, I think, is a little bit different. Although I've not seen it litigated, I've not seen anybody give an opinion, but I think that the mayor should have some latitude in terms of who they appoint or designate as their alternate. Okay.
How do we go about getting a referendum for more money? I think that's kind of covered in NJSA 4054-15.
It is.
Or not 50, yeah.
Very briefly, you can get the mayor and council to put it on, or you can circulate a petition that says, the petition will say, we want this to be placed on the referendum. You'll have exactly what you want on the referendum. And then you've got to go around town and get registered voters to sign the petition. And the number you need is at least 15% of the number of people who voted in the last general election.
Okay. Is there a rule or citation on the issue of only using library budget for capital expenses if there is a capital plan?
Okay. So let me take issue with the way the question is worded. It's not only using the library budget for capital expenses, it's reserving a part of the library budget for capital expenses. And yes, there is a regulation 15:21-12.5, 12.6, Bob.
Yeah,
Well,
something like that.
somewhere in there. The eligible cost, ineligible costs, I'm pretty sure are 12.4, and then 12.5 and 12.6 discuss what you can and can't do in that regard. So that's the answer to that one.
Okay. What's the difference between unspent money and the excess funds statute? Or is there a difference?
There could be a difference, but what you want to do is make sure that unspent money is restricted so that it doesn't fall within the excess fund statute. So the excess fund statute applies to money you have in a reserve account or on reserve that is more than 20% of your prior year's audited operating expenses. If you fall into that category, that excess over that 20% reserve, if it's not restricted, is subject to the statute. So that is unspent money. It's money that you have not yet spent. No matter what it's, the source being the 1/3 of a mil. Donated money is never part of this conversation. So unspent donated money is never subject to the excess fund statute. But money appropriated by the town, either by 1/3 of a mil or extra money, that will be subject to the excess fund statute.
Okay. Ones need some little fleshing out, so I can type the person. Does the resolution to set aside capital funds count as a capital plan, or is another document required? If another document is required, so there are templates available on the library trustees page or a website for capital plans and planning and stuff. But the first part of the question, I think, is for you, Michael.
Yeah, so the resolution to set aside is not the capital plan. The capital plan is something where you say, okay, over the next 5 years, here are our capital needs. And we need a new roof in 3 years. And the cost of that is going to be approximately $50,000. We're going to need a new boiler in 5 years. So the cost of that's going to be $75,000 roughly. That's why I say you bring in an architect or an engineer, go through it. What do you need? And what's the price tag associated with that as a rough estimate? And that becomes your capital plan. Then to fund the capital plan, you can then have a resolution to reserve money that you have not spent that you don't need for the everyday operation of the library to put into a capital account. Another virtue of doing all of this is that you're telling the town, listen, we're being responsible. We're not just going to spend the money to spend it and expect you to fulfill every dollar of every capital need. Where we can, we're willing to help out. But we've only been able to save $10,000 for a new roof, and we've been patching it, and they're telling us we're not going to be able to patch this any longer. We need a new roof. We need your help. And so you're able, under the statute, under the library statute, to apply, go to the town and say, hey, listen, we need a new roof. Here's our budget. We've got 10,000. We need you to step up for the rest. And again, remind them this is your building. The library building owned by the town is a municipal asset, and the library writ large is a municipal asset. And so you don't want to have it raining inside the library. It's not a good look.
Exactly. All right. If we have a non-board meeting activity like a fundraiser where the trustees would work alongside other volunteers but not take action as a board, do we have to worry about quorum rules? Is there an announcement that we need to make that board members will be present but are not assembled as a board, or do we need to restrict who can be there so that we don't hit a quorum?
Yeah, no. So the Open Public Meetings Act does not apply. So even if you have a quorum of the trustees there, they're not discussing anything. They're there for a fundraiser. I mean, in a small town, any fundraiser that might be, the volunteer fire department is running a fundraiser. Half the trustees may also be volunteer firemen. And so, no, in my opinion, you don't have to worry about the Open Public Meetings Act. They start discussing library business, then that's that's when you have to. I have a library board that every year goes out for a dinner at the Christmas time. And they talk about everything under the sun but library business. And so if they're meeting but not talking about library, you're fine. Now, obviously, the less often that happens, the safer you are. But in the example or the hypothetical that you pose, I don't see the Open Public Meetings Act being in play.
If an employee got their evaluation and then will be receiving a raise, do they need a rice notice, and would this be discussed in a closed session?
So let's amplify that a little bit. So if they got their evaluation, it was done by the director, or maybe the director and the personnel committee. And as a result of that, it's an automatic raise. There's no action that the board has to take, then no. But if, as a result of this information is going to the board for the board to vote on, I would suggest you do the rice notice. Now, it could be that it's going to be on the agenda. They're going to, and all the library board's going to do is vote. They're not going to discuss in any way the merits of giving this employee a raise or discussing the work that the employee has done and the validity of the evaluation. If you're going to discuss those things, you would need a rice notice. But if you're merely going to vote on the raise and you know to an absolute certainty they're going to vote on the raise and not discuss it, you wouldn't need the rice notice. However, because you never know what people may do, my opinion, they should get a rice notice just to be on the safe side.
Okay. Who gives the progress report to the director?
Again, so I can read this a couple of different ways. If it's the progress report of the director by the board, then the board should be doing it. And the board should have, again, a committee would be best to handle it, to actually put the report together and give it to the director. If it's of an employee by another employee, like a supervisor, then I think that it would be the supervisor that would do that.
This is more of a kind of philosophical question, but why are all libraries not part of civil service?
All towns are not part of civil service. You have to opt into civil service to be civil service. And libraries don't get to opt into civil service. Only towns do. And one of the few litigated library cases of which there is a report in the Superior Court reports is over the issue of whether or not a library employee is civil service. And there, the courts found that if the town is civil service, the library is civil service, and therefore the employee is civil service. But if the town is in civil service, then the library isn't.
Okay. So you're trying to make sure. Okay. See, I can answer this. Well, what was the statute or law that stated that the library can keep the funds given to them by their municipality, that it can't be taken back? I think they're referring to the return of funds statute. That's the only thing I can think of.
I think what they're referring to is what I referred to as money held in the reserve account is still library's money afterwards. Let me just see if I can find that slide real quick. You know what? I'll have to I'll find that and I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Is there a legal maximum time limit for the length of a library suspension?
No. No, you can revoke. I think you can permanently revoke, depending on the circumstances. You could permanently revoke somebody's privileges, but it would have to be an awfully serious violation or come at the end of several suspensions before you say enough's enough, we can't have you back again.
Okay. Let's see. What do you do if a patron requests security footage?
Well, there I think that there is an exemption under the Open Public Records Act for things that affect the security of the building. So, for example, knowing what the footage would show gives the scope, the point of view of the camera, where there might be a blind spot, where you could hide. So I think you could keep a patron from getting the security footage.
Okay. Does the library need a separate lawyer other than municipality? I can answer that. Yes. We always recommend that the library have a lawyer that's separate from the municipality, in case you are dealing with a contentious situation with the municipality. The attorney is going to serve their first master, which is the municipality, and then suddenly you're without an attorney. So,
Well stated.
yep. Okay. So Katie White from NJLA is here, and she just wanted people to know that Phillipsburg and Mawa recently increased their funding via the referendum that Michael was talking about, and they're going to be discussing that process at the NJLA conference. She also had a question about if there's any statutes regarding photography in public libraries, such as when these First Amendment auditors come in and record video and photography and things like that. We've had a number of webinars, sessions like this about that. So you can look back in the directors and trustees playlist on our YouTube channel for those. But Michael, do you have any other insights to that?
There's no statute. I think that the library can adopt a policy regarding photographing in the library. I don't know that you could ban it, because these First Amendment project people are adamant about this. But I do think that you can restrict things. I think you could restrict them photographing patrons without their a release or authorization. That you could certainly restrict them from photographing minors. You could put restrictions in to make sure that they're not disruptive in any way of the proceedings in the library. So, but there's
Okay.
no statute.
Okay. Two last questions, and then we can get to the purchasing.
Okay.
Is the library required to utilize the town's staff performance evaluation template? Also, since the library is autonomous, is it required to inform the borough clerk that evaluations were conducted?
You're not required to use their template, and I would suggest that you could have a real privacy problem, violating an employee's privacy rights, if you're sharing evaluations with anybody outside the library, the people that need to know in the library.
Okay, very good. Last, if you specifically dedicate money into a reserve account for a specific future project, can you later decide not to use that money for that project and instead fund another project?
I think it's so. I'll give you two answers. Number one, if you wanted to fix the roof but realized you didn't need to fix the roof, and instead wanted to buy new computers or something like that, yes, you could do that. Also, if you put the money away in capital from your operating money, reserved it into capital, and then for whatever reason, because your funding went down, you needed money to be able to continue to operate the library, I think you could reverse the process of that reserved capital money and put it back into your operating budget, because it started as operating funds. And so I hope that
Would you
answers the
recommend
question.
doing that by a resolution, like citing the original resolution and giving the exigent circumstances of why you're, going back on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Question queue is clear, and we're ready to go with purchasing.
Super. Okay, great. So let me get started. How come this is not advancing? There we go. Once again, the disclaimer for those of you that weren't present at the beginning of the morning session: the materials and information provided are for informational purposes only, and is not legal advice. Participation in this seminar between you and me does not constitute an attorney-client relationship. I urge you to contact your attorney to obtain advice with respect to any particular issue or problem. Again, an outline as to where we're going with today's presentation. And so let's start it off with the local public contract law. The statute requires that every contract that exceeds the bid threshold has to be awarded by a resolution of the governing body to the lowest responsible bidder after a public advertisement for bids, unless there's an exception provided by law. That means that anything over the bid threshold, you have to have a sealed bid process, and then you award it to the lowest responsible bidder. The statute governs the award of contracts for all public entities, municipal, joint libraries, county libraries. Association libraries do not have to comply, but you may want to consider following this as a best practice since you accept public funding. Bid threshold, what is it? It changes every 5 years. The last change was in 2020. The bid threshold is $17,500. If you don't have a qualified purchasing agent, it is currently $44,000 if you do have a qualified purchasing agent. Now, I should asterisk this and say that the threshold with a QPA will change every 5 years. The threshold for towns or libraries that don't have a QPA does not change. And I'm convinced that the state is trying to force everybody to have a QPA, which is great if you're a municipality and you have the resources. It's a lot more difficult for a library because, as you see here, there is a lot that goes into becoming a QPA. You either have to have 2 years of college, or you have had to have 2 years as a purchasing agent, not a QPA, just a purchasing agent, and then go through 4 different courses at Rutgers and then pass an exam. That's a lot to invest in. In calculating the threshold, you can't break it up to avoid the threshold. So you can't divide it so that you keep things under a bid threshold. For example, custodial services. Let's say you outsource your custodial services and ABC Cleaning is giving you a quote. Yeah, we can do this for 1 year for $20,000. You can't hire ABC Cleaning for 6 months and pay them $10,000. And then in July, come around and give them a second contract for $10,000. Also, you wouldn't be able to say, all right, ABC Cleaning, we'll give you a contract for 6 months for $10,000. And then at the end of June, go to XYZ Cleaning and give them a contract for $10,000. The state wants you to put that out to public bid. Their thinking is that you're going to get the best price and have the fairest process by doing that. So a couple other examples of what to do if work exceeds the threshold. And this comes directly from the state. As of September 30th, you've purchased $15,000 worth of chain link fence. Why a library would be purchasing chain link fence, I don't know, but certainly towns might be doing that. In October, you learn you need another $10,000 worth of chain link fence before the end of the year. So you need $21,000, and that you need $21,000 next year. Here, the solution would be to put out for bid, a sealed public bid, for that $31,000 worth of chain link fence. Now, the bid may come in higher than $31,000, it may come in less, but it's going to exceed the bid threshold almost certainly, and that's why you do that. Now, same thing as before, except you don't need any fencing for next year. Only need $10,000 for this year. There, although the total for the year will exceed the bid threshold, since you presumably didn't know that at the beginning of the year, you can solicit quotes for the difference since you're over the quote threshold of $15,000, but under the bid threshold of $17,500. I said the 15% quote threshold, I should say. And then the same scenario as before, but you need $10,000 this year and $5,000 next year. Again, you're below the $17,500 so that you can just get quotes. But what is the lowest responsible bidder? It is somebody who is both responsive and responsible. So a responsive bidder is somebody who conforms in all respects to the terms and conditions contained in the bid. So that means that they've acknowledged any addenda that were received, they've bid on all the aspects in there, and that they haven't tried to change any of the terms. I had a bidder not long ago put some kind of a stamp over the PO terms that were contained in the bid spec and saying these don't apply to us. The contract specs on the next page apply to us. Well, they haven't been responsive to the bid. They're responding with something other than what's in there, which creates an unequal playing field. And that's the whole idea of a sealed public bid process, that all the bidders are dealing with the same information and are bidding on the exact same thing. Responsible, as outlined here, means they have experience, they have the ability to do it in terms of operating and financial capacity, workforce, equipment, and facilities. Advertising for bids. Any bids that have to be advertised have to be published to give enough time to promote bidders to submit competitive bids. But you have to give them at least 10 days prior to the bid deadline. Bids are opened only at the time and place stated in the ad. It is a public process. The bids are open to the presence of anybody from the public, certainly any parties bidding. You'll often see bidders show up. They'll show up and hand in the bid, or they'll come because they've already submitted the bid and they want to see what happens. Now, these are public documents, and they may be asked to see the bid package. The easiest thing to do is to allow them to see the bid package right then and there, but you only do it one at a time. You have one bidder, one package in front of you at a time. Anybody else waits in line until that's done. They can't take the bid package with them. The bid opening cannot occur on a Monday, cannot occur on a day directly following a state or federal holiday. Bids can be rejected. You may have an estimate for a new roof for $50,000, and everybody's well in excess of the $50,000. You can reject the bid for that reason. You may not have a bid estimate, but you've got or a work estimate, but you've got an appropriation of $50,000. The town has said, yeah, you can have $50,000 to do this. You open up the bids and they all exceed that, you can reject the bid. You might decide to abandon the project. You may want to build an addition or renovate a children's room or something like that. You get the bids in and you say, you know what, maybe that's not the right priority right now. You abandon the project, you can reject the bids. You may, after you get the bids in, you may say, well, you know what, we want to revise the specs. You can reject the bid that came in, revise the specs, put it out to bid. You may decide that you want to use another authorized process other than putting out public bid, such as a state contract, and then you could decide to use the state contract and reject the bid. So most contracts are going to have to be put out to bid if they're over 17.5. There are exceptions. One of them we just talked about, state contract or regional co-ops, which have gone out and actually done the work of public bidding for these different goods or services. And so you can use a vendor that is qualified for that work or those goods under these co-ops or a state contract. Public utilities don't have to be put out to bid. Those are regulated by the Board of Public Utilities. Expenses for travel and conferences don't have to be. Library materials of all stripes, of all costs, those are exempt. Services of your architect, engineer, auditor, or attorney are exempt, as are extraordinary unspecifiable services, which the state does not define, but says you should almost never use. I don't know what exactly they mean by it, but on occasion they've given hints, website design, maintenance, and hosting as an example, because website design, as an example, is something that is very unique to every website, or at least should be. And as we all know, there are good designs and bad designs. There are designs you may be happy with, or a designer you're happy with, but not another. And so to me, that's kind of like an architect in a sense, right? In terms of design. And I think that's what falls under the EUS. Did I just skip one? Hold on a second here. No. Quote threshold. So if you're below 17.5, if you don't have a QPA, or 44,000 if you do, but over the quote threshold, which is 15% of the bid threshold, so 2625 or 6,600, you need to get at least 2 quotes, and then you can award the contract to the vendor whose response is most advantageous to the library. Price and other factors considered, and that comes right out of the law. So that means that you can factor in other things other than price. So let's say you need to, there's a plumbing repair you need done, and you have 2 vendors that you've gotten quotes from. One vendor will do it for $3,000, but he can't come for at least 30 days. The other vendor will do it for $3,500, and he can come tomorrow. You may decide, you know what? Having this guy come in tomorrow so I can get that bathroom reopened is worth the extra $500. That's what's most advantageous to the library. If you're below the bid threshold, you're only required to use sound business judgment. Note that all contracts for goods or services must be in writing. Now, hiring professionals or a company under an extraordinary unspecifiable service. When the contract exceeds the bid threshold of 17.5, you need to adopt a resolution stating the reasons for the action, and you need to publish in the official newspaper a brief notice that this action has been taken, stating what the nature of the work is, the duration of the contract, what the services are, and the amount of the contract. Now, the contract could be for a flat sum or an hourly rate, and that contract has to be on file in the library and available for public inspection. How long can a contract be? Contracts cannot be longer than 24 months, with the exception of professional service contracts, which can't exceed 12 months. However, the statute lists approximately 40 different types of work that or services or goods that you can contract for that can exceed 24 months. Among those are the leasing of machinery and equipment of any kind up to 5 years. So photocopying machines, for example. Product or services for voice data or transmission up to 5 years. So that could be phone. Construction contracts, which includes the services of the architect and the engineer, can be for the time necessary for completion of the actual construction. Now, contract for services, which if the length of which may be 3 years or less, can contain a provision for 1 2-year or 2 1-year extensions. If the contract is awarded by board resolution, it will run for no more than 5 consecutive years in total with those extensions. Any price change is based on terms contained in the original contract, and the change doesn't exceed a statutory index rate, and the terms and conditions of the contract remain substantially same as the original term. Those are all very important items. You have to avoid or limit automatic renewals of contracts. Try and stay away from them where you can. If you do have them and you want to do it, these are the things that you have to follow. Now, all multiple year contracts, with the exception of some contracts like a construction contract, must include a clause that says the contract in subsequent years is subject to the availability and appropriation annually of sufficient funds, or contains a clause that allows the library to cancel every year. That's very important. The state does not want you to be in a situation where you're on the hook for a contract you now can't afford. All right. If you're doing public work, typically construction, alterations, repairs, if the value of that work exceeds $16,263, then the prevailing wage statute applies. What is that? Prevailing wage is the minimum rates paid to laborers, craftsmen, and apprentices who work on construction type projects. The rates are determined by the New Jersey Commissioner of Labor. There's a whole process that the vendor has to go through, that the contractor has to get through in submitting proof that they are in fact paying their employees prevailing wage. Now, to complicate matters, we've talked about bid thresholds, quote thresholds. There's also a pay-to-play threshold. Unlike the bid threshold, there's only one pay-to-play threshold, and that is $17,500. Even if you have a qualified purchasing agent and it's below the $44,000 bid threshold for a QPA, you still need to comply with pay-to-play. The pay-to-play applies to contracts with everybody except banks and insurance companies, government agencies, and public utilities. Banks, insurance companies, and public utilities, because by statute, they can't give contributions to candidates for public office. And that's what pay-to-play is all about. The concept is people will pay the candidates, the office holders, legitimately for their campaigns, in the expectation that they will get to play, that is, they will get awarded contracts. So in order to comply with pay-to-play, the contract has to be awarded over $17,500, that is, has to be awarded in one or two ways. One is a fair and open process. A sealed bid does that. So you go out for a sealed bid for whatever the value of the contract is. If you do it that way, you've complied with the fair and open process. The same if you do a sealed RFQ, request for qualifications. If you do that and legitimately qualify contractors, then you have met the pay-to-play requirements. If you're not going to follow a fair and open process, then the contractor must complete a business entity form and a political contribution disclosure form and file them with the library at least 10 days before the contract is awarded. Now, what the business entity form says is that they have not made a reportable contribution in the year, and that's wrong, it should be 200. In the year preceding the contract, during the term of the contract, and during the term of the contract, the contractor has not donated and will not donate more than $200, not $300. I'll correct this slide when I get it over to Keith. They've limited it to $200, but they've eliminated political party committee. So if they've contributed in the last year more than $200 to a candidate or office holder for a your municipal governing body, then they can't be awarded that contract. If they are awarded the contract and they haven't done it before the contract is awarded, they cannot, for the year before the contract is awarded, they cannot make any reportable contribution during the term of the contract. I'm sorry for that being confusing. I will correct this slide when I give it to Bob. If the contract is awarded via non-fair and open process, the board must adopt a resolution. Form of the resolution can be found on the local government services website. I've given you the URL for that. You should be doing this every year for your book vendors. If you end up with book costs that exceed $17,500, you should be doing that up front at the beginning of every year. They're not contributing to anybody. It's a pretty simple process. But you do have to do the forms and the resolution every year. Now, there is a process for emergency purchases, and if you have a true emergency, neither the bid threshold statute, that is local public contracts law, and the pay-to-play statute, neither one of them will apply. It has to be an actual or imminent emergency, the need for which could not be reasonably foreseen. The length of the contract is limited to meet the immediate need of the emergency, It cannot be used to enter into a multi-year contract. The board should adopt rules establishing a process to determine the existence of an emergency and the process to be followed in executing that emergency purchase. So you're ready to award a contract, okay? If you have goods and services over $2,625 with a vendor, no matter what they're supplying to you, you need them to supply you with a business registration certificate. Nothing is exempt here in terms of what you're purchasing. You need a business registration certificate from each one of those vendors. The only exception is a nonprofit corporation or government agency. Emergency purchases can be contracted without having the business registration certificate, but payment cannot issue until you have the business registration certificate. Once you've got it, you don't need another one unless the vendor changes their business address, and it's very easy for them to update it. In addition, after the contract is signed and before payments can be made, you'll need the contractor's W-9 form. At or before the time the contract is signed, you need certifications from the vendor that they're not doing any business with Iran and they're not doing any business with Russia or Belarus. The state has certifications on their website. You may want to check with the town with what they have and try and just conform them to you if that's the case. Again, at or before the time the contract is signed, you need to have the vendor supply proof that they have conformed with the Equal Employment Opportunity Affirmative Action requirements by the state. If the contract is one for goods and services, they need to supply one of either a certificate of employee information, Form AA302, the Employee Information Report, or a letter of federal approval of their affirmative action program. For construction contracts, it's Form AA201, which is the initial project workforce report form. And again, the state has references to these documents online so that you can see what they look like, but they're fairly self-explanatory. So paying your bills. You've let a contract out, they've done the work, they've submitted an invoice. I strongly suggest you check with your auditor as to the process to be followed for processing and approving bills. Different auditors have different methods of doing this. Some require a claims and encumbrances list, other is a bills list, other is a list of checks. Just work with the auditor so that you're online with that. You don't want to have the auditor call it out in an audit. Anytime you're paying a bill, the vendor is required to fill out and complete. You'll prepare the document, they'll sign it, a purchase order or a voucher, which basically says the bill is correct, the money is due and owing to me, pay me. It's a simple process. There is work that's got to be done by your office, by somebody in your office, but it's a fairly straightforward process. Now, in paying your bills, you're not allowed to use a library credit card or a library debit card. They are specifically not allowed. You can accept a credit card for payment of fines, for donations, lost books, things like that, but you cannot use a credit card. What the state wants you to use is a procurement card, commonly known as a P card. A P card looks a lot like a credit card. It's issued by a bank. It's the same shape, size, texture of a credit card, except that it only works if you have preloaded the card for a specific purpose and vendor. So that if you need something from Home Depot, say you need $100 worth of fencing, there you make an arrangement through the pre-card process to put $100 on the card to be used at the Home Depot. Your maintenance person goes down and uses the P card to transact business. You may also use an electronic funds transfer. This could be a wire transfer or the clearinghouse, ACH process. But if you're going to use any of these processes, a P card, wire transfer, ACH, you're going to require a resolution of the board that sets forth all the policies and procedures for implementation and oversight. A good starting point is this local finance notice that the Division of Government, Division of Local Government Services issued, local finance notice 2018-13. It's readily available. All the local finance notices are readily available on their website. You have property you need to get rid of. You have furniture that's obsolete, computers that are obsolete. In order to do so, the board, your library board, needs to adopt a resolution to sell or otherwise dispose of the property. If the estimated fair market value of the property to be sold is less than or equal to 15% of the bid threshold in any one sale, it can be sold at a private sale without advertising for bids, or it can be recycled or thrown in a trash dumpster. You see this with computers. When the hard drive dies, it's basically dead, right? Provided that it doesn't have any sensitive information on it, you could just chuck it. Otherwise, you should have it properly disposed of, but you don't need to sell it. If, on the other hand, the estimated fair market value of the property to be sold is greater than 15% of the bid threshold in any one sale, it has to be sold at a public sale to the highest bidder. This can be done via a sealed bid, or it can be done via a public auction. With that, I missed over it. So in public auction, you need to advertise the date, time, and place of the sale, a description of the items to be sold, and the conditions of the sale has to be published not less than 7 nor more than 14 days before the sale. However, you don't need to advertise for bids when you're going to sell it to the state or any other contracting unit or any governmental unit in the United States. So if you got all new furniture and you have a library you know that needs the furniture and you want to sell it to them, you could do that without going through that process. And with that, I'll take any questions. How are we doing on time?
Okay. 11:32. When are we supposed to go to lunch? 11:45. So we're pretty good. Okay. We are working on digitizing materials and are trying to do a few $1,000s worth of digitization a year, as we would never be able to afford to digitize everything at once. I usually get multiple quotes, but to switch vendors would also mean to switch hosting sites for the digitized materials. And it wouldn't make sense to have digitized materials on 2 different hosting sites. It would make things very difficult for patrons. Do I need to go out to multiple vendors each year? Or because we are established with this vendor/hosting site, is there an exception?
So if you're only spending a couple of $1,000 and now there is an exemption for sole source or proprietary, which means that the only way this works is if I keep going back to this one vendor, because otherwise it won't work. It's like in Apollo 13, the movie, where they're trying to come up with a filter for the LEM, and the only filter they've got a round filter, and that has to go into a square filter case because they designed it 2 different ways, 2 different proprietary ways of doing it. Same thing for you. If the only way this is going to work, once you've made a fair decision to begin with in the first go round, then yeah, there's an exception to having to keep going out and getting for that particular purpose.
Okay. Can you please clarify which purchases can be approved by our library board via motion versus resolution? My understanding has previously been that purchases over the bid threshold of 17.5 must be passed by resolution, but that purchases under that can be done via motion. However, our municipality requires that purchases over 8,000 need a resolution. Would our library be subject to that same restriction since we are an autonomous entity? My approval limit is set at 5,000.
You're not bound by what the municipality does. You may look at that as a best practice, but you don't have to do it. If the board has a purchasing procedure that gives you the authority to purchase up to a certain amount, that's fine if they're making you the purchasing agent. Just know that if your approval of it is 5,000, anything over 26, 25, you've got to get at least 2 quotes. And you've got to have a basis. If you're not going to go with the low bidder, you're going to have a basis to show why that the vendor you go with, it's not the low bidder or low quoter, is more advantageous to the library.
Any idea why the bid threshold has not been raised in something like 20 years?
My only guess, and it's just that, is that they're trying to get everybody to use a qualified purchasing agent. That is somebody who's trained in all of the complexities of purchasing law. I mean, I've given you in 35 or 40 minutes a very brief overview of purchasing for governmental entities. If you recall back to the slide that I showed you, to qualify to become a QPA, you have to have 2 years of experience as a purchasing agent, take 4 different courses at Rutgers, and then pass a test. So they view this, and it can be quite complicated. There's a lot that goes into this. And I think they want people to say, hey, you know what? Now it's more than double the threshold if I have a QPA. It's a heck of a lot easier to get quotes than to put things out for sealed bids. To put together a bid package is work. The specs is work. The front end of the bids, the legal end of the bid is work. It delays things, takes more time. That's why I think they're doing it.
Okay. So can an agreement on a photocopy machine be extended indefinitely if the vendor holds a state contract?
You're subject to whatever the terms of the state contract is. There's a specific state contract for a photocopier. It'll be for whatever. If it's a lease situation, it'll be for the period of the lease. Frankly, I don't know that you'd want to extend a photocopy machine indefinitely. These things have a useful life to them. If you're at the end of the lease with the photocopy machine, you're probably going to end up wanting to get a new lease. And if there's a state contract for the new lease, that's probably the way you're going to want to go.
Yep. Okay. When does pay to play come in instead of a regular open bidding process?
Okay. So pay to play covers all contracts. The distinction within pay to play is whether you do a fair and open process or a non-fair and open process. If you use a fair and open process, then that is the regular bid opening process. You put out sealed bids, you advertised for it, the bids came in, you open them up in front of everybody, and you award the contract. That's one aspect of pay to play. The non-fair and open process in pay to play comes in when you're not going to use the sealed bid process either to award a contract or to qualify vendors. Then they have to complete the business entity disclosure form and a political contribution disclosure form. The business entity disclosure form says, I've not made a reportable contribution, that is $200 or more than $200, to any of the people that are holding office right now, and I won't make any contributions during the term of this contract. That's the distinction. You go through that form process, those forms, when you don't use a sealed bid process.
Okay. What about contributions made in the period between the previous year and the start of the contract? I don't know if that sounds like it's referencing another question.
Calendar year with the year prior to the award of the contract. And then maybe that's on me, and I'll take ownership of that. And that's a mistake on my part. It is the year preceding the award of the contract. So if the contract were awarded today, February 14, 2024, it's the 12 months that goes back to February 14 of 2023. It's not calendar year 2023 with a gap between December 31 of 2023 and February 14 of 2024. And I apologize for any confusion.
Can you use your own personal credit card and then submit a voucher to pay yourself back?
You could, you're gonna have to really document that, make sure that you're gonna have to submit not only the bill or receipt from whatever vendor you dealt with, but also I would strongly urge that you would have to come forward with a copy of your credit card statement. Now you can redact your address, you could redact most of the the digits on your credit card, or if it's not already done on your statement, and you could redact all your other purchases that you're not looking to be a reimbursement for. But I think you would need that in order to substantiate the reimbursement. And again, I would suggest that you speak to your auditor to make sure it's going to pass muster with your auditor, because again, you don't want to note on your audit that you're not doing things correctly.
Okay. Trying to go a little bit quick so we can get out for
That's fine.
lunchtime. May we transfer items to a nonprofit or government entity versus auction or sale?
Below the 15% of the bid threshold. So below 2625 without a QPA, below 6600 if you do have a QPA, yes. If not, you'd have to sell it, but you wouldn't have to bid it. You could just sell it to them.
Okay. Can you provide an example of a property disposition that would have high enough value to require the bid threshold? I think you just kind of
Furniture is the thing that comes to mind. If you got all new furniture, let's say you won the Library Construction Bond Act grant, and part of that is all new furniture, and you've got old stacks and old furniture, that could be high enough to exceed the bid threshold. But in most instances, I doubt that you will have at any one time enough to exceed the bid threshold, and so that you're between the quote threshold and the bid threshold.
okay. Can you donate old goods to other libraries without auctioning them? An example would be gifting those items to other libraries in your consortium without charging them.
If it was below the quote threshold, yeah, I think you could do it. But once you get above that, I think that you have to, there has to be a sale.
Okay.
Now, again, I don't know what the fair market value of some of this is. I don't know that there's a readily available market for used fill in the blank from a library. Maybe computers, but I don't know that there's a market you can look to for used furniture or things like that.
Yeah. Okay. Can you, Michael, confirm that in my specific case, purchases from 8,000 to 17,500 can be passed via board motion? I think we already talked about that before. There was a
Yes, it can
question
be
about
passed
that.
by board motion.
Okay.
I don't think you need a formal resolution. I think it's always, you have a board motion and it's in the minutes, you're fine.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. And last before lunch, what is considered property relative to disposal? If the value of something is under 2625, do you always need a resolution to dispose of it? What if the items are worth under a few $100s?
You should have a resolution whenever you're going to dispose of the property.
Okay. So even that.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it.
And again, that could be a motion. I don't think it has to be a formal resolution. I think that could be a motion.
Okay. All right. I think we're good.
Okay.
It's like you were testifying before this committee and you answered all the
Only
questions.
the way Bob asked the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rapid fire.
Well, listen, we as always, it's wonderful to have you on, and thank you for all the knowledge that you share with us on library law and purchasing. And I think that you could see every year that you're on, and every time you're on, we have you several times a year. We get so many questions that this is just a topic that we need to offer our library directors and our trustees all the time. And you're absolute greatest at it. We really appreciate your being willing on
Thank you.
and put you on the spot and quiz you and you're offered to stay even later. And there's been many times when you have stayed a lot later. So thank you for coming on today. and hoping to see you soon. And if not, we'll see you in March, because you're going to come back on Saturday, March 23rd, when we're having our first new trustees orientation. So I'll be
there.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Thank you
for coming on.
Yep.
And everyone else, it's lunchtime now, and we're going to take a lunch break from 11:45 until 12:45. At which point we'll be back with Pat Tumulty working with trustees. Okay, everyone, enjoy your lunch. Thanks again, Michael. Good to see you.
Recording is resumed.
Very good. Okay, so welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're in the afternoon session of day one. Hope you had a great lunch. I know it was a really action-packed morning. There was a lot of information thrown at you, but just remember that this is recorded. You're going to be able to watch this a bazillion times if you want to. And you could always contact Bob and I if you have further questions. So without further ado, let me start the afternoon session by introducing probably a woman who needs no introduction to the majority of you, Pat Tumulty, former director of the New Jersey Library Association and now a consultant with the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, and probably one of the most knowledgeable people in the state of New Jersey on all of the topics really that we talk about at the new directors and even the trustees orientations. And Pat's going to talk to you today about, I guess, one of the very most important relationships you have, and that is your relationship with your board of trustees. So Pat, I'm going to turn it over to you so you can give our library directors some good advice on how they can best work with their board. And thanks for coming today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle and Bob, for inviting me to do this. It's always a pleasure to meet the new directors. Michelle made me kind of laugh when she said one of the most knowledgeable people. I think she means one of the most old people around the state of New Jersey, who's probably seen a lot and known a lot. So I'm really happy to be with you. As she said, I am now working, I retired 3 years ago from the New Jersey Library Association. But I did have a varied career in libraries in New Jersey. I started out as a public librarian at the Cumberland County Library in Cumberland County. I worked as a law librarian at the Office of the Public Advocate, and I was a consultant like Bob and Michelle at the New Jersey State Library. But the majority of my career was spent as the executive director of the New Jersey Library Association, a position which I was very proud to hold. And want to congratulate any of you who got Construction Bond Act money, because that was something that was done when I was executive director. So I know that that's an extremely important part of what's happening in New Jersey libraries. So now I work as a consultant with the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, and I also work with a small consulting firm called Library Crossroads Consulting, and we do strategic planning and we help with library director searches and other things in terms of libraries here in New Jersey. So it's another kind of avenue to work and keep connected with all the libraries around. So that's what I'm keeping up with, and I'm happy to be able to share with you today. What Bob and I have decided is that you can put questions in the chat. We'll look at those questions and we'll decide whether we're going to answer them immediately or wait till the end of the presentation. But all of your questions will be answered, because
you can put them in the Q&A, not the chat.
Bob?
But you can put them in the Q&A button, not the chat.
You want them in the Q&A, okay?
Thank you.
So what I'm working on, or the topic I've been asked to discuss, is make library boards work for you. And, you know, this is really virtually the most important relationship you're going to have in your career as a director. So let me just go through this. The library board is appointed to work with the library director. And let me just emphasize, when that partnership works well, the library benefits. And when the partnership is strained, the library is suffered. So what we're here today is to help you ensure that there's a healthy partnership between the library director and the library board. That is your most important connection to your community. So please, if you learn nothing else from this presentation, Remember these 3 words: collaborate, communicate, and cultivate. These should be your guiding words when you're working with your trustee board. They are the action verbs that will help you be a successful library director. You know, I'm sure, Bob, I'm sure that Michael Cerone went over the responsibilities of the library board, but I also wanted to include that in your slides here, because it's important for you to remember that they are a public entity and they have specific responsibilities in law. So when you're working with them, you're working with people who have been given statutory responsibilities, and that means to secure adequate funding, to develop and look at your budget, to establish policies for the library, to develop periodical reviews about the short and long-term strategic plans, establish bylaws that govern your library, and the most important, as we emphasize, is what they've done with all of you here today: hire, supervise, and evaluate the library director. And let me just emphasize the last one. You need to make sure, sometimes we don't want to do this, as painful it is, that your board evaluates you. Whether it's the first 6 months, then after that, maybe on a yearly basis, but that you have a written evaluation from your board, so you know what they're pleased with and if there's any areas that they want improvement. Because unfortunately, in my career, I have seen situations where a board then says, you know, we're not happy with the director. And you say to the board, well, where's the written documentation that you've even ever had this conversation? And we find we have no paperwork. So it protects both you and the board. So make sure that you have a written evaluation at least yearly. Now, you know, as I said, we talked about this. We know one of your roles, though, is that the library board has specific legal responsibilities. But many times they may look at you and say, could you clarify what my responsibility is? So you need to know those responsibilities so that you can make sure that the trustees are living up to them. As I said, so it's a two-way street. They have specific legal responsibilities, but you have a responsibility to help them understand what their roles are and to make sure that they are meeting those responsibilities. Now, again, when we talk about responsibilities, there are also shared responsibilities between you as the library director and the board. This is where you work on several key areas for success of the library. And those are developing and monitoring the budget, development of library policies, strategic planning, knowing state and federal laws pertaining to libraries, and promoting the library and its services to the community. These are shared responsibilities. You need to work with your board that they understand that you as the director will be the face probably of the library, but they have very key responsibilities in working with you to see that these responsibilities are carried out. Now, probably, and you most, because you're all new directors and many of you have been on the job for a little while, so this is somewhat redundant, but probably the most important monthly meeting that you have is the board meeting, where you have to prepare a packet of information for your board. And that should include your agenda, your minutes from the prior meeting, the director's report, the financial report, and any other pertinent materials the board needs to review before the meeting. And, you know, back in the old days, we used to mail these out. Now you have the benefit of sending them out electronically, but still you need to remind the board that they need to come to the meetings prepared. When we look at the director's report and the financial report, these are really where you get to highlight what's going on in your library. So make sure that those documents give a complete picture, because basically you only get to interact with them once a month. So those monthly meetings are critical in terms of setting the direction of the library. And again, this is the opening. I'm sure Michael Cerone went through this, but this is what should be on your agenda. And why we include this is to make sure that every library and every director is operating properly. So you should have the open public meeting statement, the approval of the minutes. Again, if the board has a president's report, the board president can have a report, you have a report, you have a financial report, you have the approval of the bills, you have committee reports, old and new business, and public comments. Now, I just want to say different agendas put public comments in different places. Some places that I've been at meeting put public comments in the beginning, and some put it at the end. But make sure that you have a place for public comments. And then if there are any sensitive issues that have to be held in closed session, you go into closed session after the board meeting. Now, again, when we talked about the 3 C's, communication is absolutely critical. You know, your board report, again, is really your opportunity to tell the library board everything that's going down. You know, use your time to break down statistics. And if you can, compare. Like last year, we did this many books. Next year, you know, this is our goal for next year. You know, it's been a very difficult time since after COVID to sort of get back to what we would call normal. But I'm not sure we'll ever be back to normal, what we had as librarians back in 2019. You have a whole new world. People look at the library in a whole different way. You use Zoom, you use those kinds of meetings a whole different way. So when you look at your statistics, it may not always be board counts of who walks into the building, but it may be those who attend your meetings by Zoom. It can be those who borrow things electronically. So look at your metrics about how you are presenting the picture of this way the library is serving the community, and let the board understand that. Many of the board members may also be new. They're not sure what they're looking at. They're not sure what they need to be as comparing. So you need to be that person who kind of highlights those things and lets the board know what's going on and give them statistics. And maybe if like last month we didn't do as much, maybe many of you were closed yesterday for a snow day, you need to let them know why things may have varied in your library. I think one of the things that is on this slide that I really want to emphasize is that you need to keep your library board president informed. You know, that person has to become like your new best friend, because they don't want surprises. They need to know what's going on at the library, because they do have a legal responsibility. So you need to make sure that they are well aware of things that are going on in the library. And again, one of the final things talks about new trustees. And I'm sure many of you have gotten new trustees. Even though you're a new director, January is usually a time when many municipalities will appoint new trustees. So maybe this is February, maybe some trustees have only gone to 1 board meeting, maybe they've come to 2, but they're now they're looking to you and the board president for guidance about what's really their responsibility. So try to give them kind of an overview. Don't overwhelm them, but things like a copy of your last annual report, library policies, your bylaws, because there's nothing worse than having a new trustee. You put something on the agenda, say in April, and they have no idea where this came from. They have no idea why they should even care about it. And Bob was talking briefly, saying he was working on the state aid report. You know, many people don't know what the state aid report is. Many trustees don't know why state aid is important to your library. So you really are filling in the pieces for those trustees to understand how libraries work in New Jersey and what their role is in terms of seeing that libraries succeed. Now, again, you'll see a lot of slides that talk about communication, because that really is the hallmark of this talk. You got to be clear. You have to really let the board know what the library needs are, and reach out to specific trustees if you have to, but you have to anticipate problems. If something happens, like, okay, the roof leaked, and they'll look at you and you'll say, well, I reached out to 3 bidders and I did that. You have to be able to prepare to let them know what the problem is and what your proposed solution is, because they want to be informed. But you have to do all the, shall we say, background work, all the legwork. You need to be able to give them, again, the tools that they need to make an informed decision. You may say, this is my recommendation, but this is something else you should think about. So, it really is a very delicate situation, but they are looking to you for guidance. They are looking for you to propose those solutions. And again, as I said before, nobody likes surprises. Your board doesn't want to hear that you had to close 4 days in May because of some plumbing issue that you could have resolved in March. They don't want to know that. But also remember, you can disagree. If some of you say something and a trustee might push back a little, stay calm, but be as articulate as you can about why you think the solution you have proposed is the one that is best for the library. And sometimes we have seen it where, boards go against their directors. It's something that happens. But what you have to remember is that these people are hopefully doing the best for their library. But you should be, as the professional, you need to be able to give them all of the information they need, all of the tools they need to make an informed decision about what is right for your board. Well, this gets down to the personal relationships. Know your trustees. Know where they come from, know where their jobs are, know what perhaps even who their families are, making sure you understand the trustees first as people, not just as your quote unquote employers. They're people who have come to the library to make the library better. Sometimes we have seen, trustees get appointed and they may have an agenda. They may have asked the mayor to be on the library board for a specific reason. All right, you're going to have to deal with that. But you're going to have to deal with it, and again, in the sensitivity of that these are the residents who care about the library. So try to know each of the trustees as individuals and try to understand what skills they bring, where they maybe what organizations they volunteer with, so that those organizations can become partners with the library. So know how that, know your trustees. Don't just know them who come once a month. If they're on for 5 years, you don't even get to see them that many times. So make sure that you have some understanding of who they are. And again, if you have a committee structure, work with the board president to find the people whose talents meet the committee that you need. If you have someone who has personnel skills, don't put them on buildings and grounds. Use those skills to be on the personnel committee. Use those skills to be where they can be most useful to the library. And again, most people who are appointed to the library board do come with community skills. Could it be in outreach, public relations, financial? Make sure that you know who they are and that you can tap into them and make sure that they can understand how they can help the library. Again, the reason we're doing this is that trustees will feel more engaged if they feel comfortable with you and the library. Again, look at community connections. It would really be interesting at one board meeting, maybe if you ask people like, where do they volunteer? What religious services do they go to? So you have some idea of who they know in the community that you can then tap into later. They're all unique individuals. They bring unique ideas, and you really need those ideas to move the library forward. Now remember, again, particularly we have had some very difficult discussions in libraries recently. So make sure when you do that the disagreements are on policies and procedures, not on personality. Once you have a difficult decision, and it's hard, it's hard for all of us to put that behind us and just say, all right, maybe I didn't quite understand where the trustee was coming on that. Maybe I should have looked at a little different. But it's easier if you remember that you're focusing on the policy, not on the person, because that is the way you will accomplish things. We've often had libraries, and I've worked with libraries, where they may bring up a policy. It may be in place for 6 months, and then they come back and revisit it. And maybe the trustee who was most adamant against it may turn around when they see how the policy is actually working. So remember to keep an open mind, to ask them to keep an open mind, and have them understand that it's about the policy, not the person. And again, we're talking about discussion and brainstorming. You know, it's really very nice if you have some time in your board meeting to maybe even talk about different things. Some libraries take the opportunity of bringing a department head in maybe once every couple of months to talk about what they're doing in their department. It kind of humanizes the rest of the library. It lets the board understand, particularly if you're advancing a policy that may affect that individual department. I mean, we've had many discussions in the past year about going fine free, and maybe the people at the circulation desk can give you a real perspective of how they see that policy and how it's working and why they think it's important for their library. So don't be afraid to also bring in your staff to let them discuss some of that. But in the end, the policy is developed by the board and it's implemented by the director. Again, I put this slide in because I cannot emphasize enough. Collaborate, communicate, and cultivate. Make sure that you are working with your board on all these levels, because they are the community representatives of your library. Make sure that you are able to give them everything they need to be successful. So again, cultivating the relationships. They have many trustees, again, have community relationships. Many people know community friends. They have friends in the library. They have connections. They can help you set up programs for the library. If you're looking for something, for example, for National Library Week, you might say, well, I'm looking for some program ideas. The trustees may be an excellent place to start. They may have some community people who they think would do a great job in doing programs. So make sure you know them, make sure that they feel comfortable. And again, maybe reaching out 2 months in advance and saying, all right, we're going to have Maker's Day. We want to have a good Maker's Day in the library. Do you have anybody who you think would be an excellent person to talk or have an exhibit during Maker's Day? Do you think you have anybody who would be somebody who would help us with National Library Week? They become engaged then when you ask them for some suggestions, because they're the ones who have relationships in the community. They're the ones who can help you identify people who you may not know. I mean, most of our communities, we have no idea who some of our neighbors are. So this is a way that you keep them informed and you reach out to them to make sure they understand they have an important role in making the library visible to the community. Now, I don't want to make you think that everything is fine and dandy. There's always difficulties. There's always things that don't go right. There's conflict of interest. As I said, sometimes people get appointed to the board and they do have a personal agenda or conflicts of interest where they may approach you about appointing somebody who's related to them. I'm sure Mr. Cerone talked about that in terms of what you need to do. Those are difficult situations. Some things are very difficult when board members come and they're not prepared for the meeting. That makes it very difficult for you, and you know it. Come on, you know when they haven't looked at the papers, they're not ready for the discussion, they're not ready to go forward into what they want. So you understand that, and you need to be prepared for that. I've seen boards who, again, libraries who've come and actually give trustees a binder where they have all of the meeting notes in there, before and after. just so that we're not embarrassing somebody. In the old days, people used to rip open their packets at the board meetings, but this way you'll be able to give them materials they can look over. They can look over things that they may have forgotten. So it's a very good way to keep your trustees engaged. Poor attendance, and again, I think Michael may have talked about that. There is legislation that if people don't show up for a certain number of meetings, you can ask the mayor to remove them from the board. That's a very difficult thing to do. But you need to work with your board president, because if you have a 7-member board and somehow you're having 2 people don't come or 3 people don't come, it gets to be very difficult. You need to have a quorum, and a quorum is generally regarded as half of the board. So in a 7-member board, you need at least 4 people there. Well, you have to make sure that those people all can make sure of the board meeting, because if they don't there, you can't pass your bills, you can't pass policy. So poor attendance at meetings really hurts the entire library. It hurts you. So make sure that you're working with your board president. If you find that there are some board members now, we do have ability now that people can call in, do things like that. Back in the quote unquote old days, they couldn't do that. So you can do that now, which makes it somewhat easier to make sure that people can attend. Now this one, inappropriate interactions with staff, is a very important one. In any size library, you're going to have staff who do know the trustees. They know them personally. And they may ask you why Mary's doing such and such a job rather than something else. That's not their role. They've hired you as the director. You are the only person they are to directly supervise. And I think sometimes people forget their roles. That's why you should have a good organizational chart to show the trustees who responds to you. You may have departments where other staff members report to those departments, but having your staff having, direct, and I don't like to use the word inappropriate, but it is inappropriate, like kind of saying things like they don't like a certain policy. You have to be very professional and indicate why the policy was adopted, why the entire board thought about the policy, and be gentle with them that you're the director. They should not be interacting with your staff, and that you are in charge of the library. Now, trustees, well, trustees are like everybody else. Sometimes we have some who are a little bit more difficult to work with than others. So you have to work with the board president in ways to give them the opportunity to vent if they want to have their say, but have to be managed in a way that they're not disruptive to the entire board meeting. And that's also very difficult. So what you need to almost do is, when you have a policy, the board president will open it up for comments. Everyone on the board should have the ability to comment. But when the discussion is done and when the vote is done, you need to be very clear that, all right, we finished that topic. We're moving on, and making sure that they don't go back and try to almost relitigate your last ideas. I mean, that can be a very difficult thing. It's also very difficult if they want to bring up something on the agenda that the board president doesn't have already. At that point, you would say, well, talk to the board president and we'll see about it for next month. You shouldn't be surprised either. You and the board president shouldn't be surprised by people wanting to put other items on the agenda that have not been agreed upon ahead of time. They can at the next board meeting, but when you have an approved agenda, it needs to go forward so that there are no surprises. Obviously, there's sometimes when you have crises in the library, we have to put something on the agenda. But in general, the agenda should be set. You should know what it is. You should be able to say to people, this is what the agenda is. These are the topics we're going to cover today. And if you have any suggestions for next month, work with the board president to see that they go forward. Again, different views on the library's goals and missions. Again, this is why we're emphasizing that the library needs to have a strategic plan. And back in the day, 5-year strategic plans were things people used to have. But 5-year strategic plans do not work in this day and age. 3 years is about the max of what you can have. And you need, as a board, to sit down and agree on the strategic plan. What are the goals you're going to work on? And what is the mission of the library in your community? There are a lot of things that need to happen in a library. You can't do all of them at once, but you need to sit down and prioritize. And you need to then work with the board to understand which goals you're going to be focusing on first and which goals you're going to perhaps do next year. But make sure that everybody understands what the goals are. And sometimes, maybe even every 2 or 3 board meetings, you revisit the strategic plan. Not in great detail, but say, like, these were our goals for this year. This is what the library has said we're going to accomplish. And these are the activities that we have done so far to reach those goals. Again, you're keeping everybody engaged, you're keeping them informed, and you're keeping them focused on the mission of the library. And probably the worst, and I know this is probably difficult for all of you, is the interference in the library director's job. Again, you're the director. You set the tone for the library. You supervise the staff. And it is a very difficult thing when people come in and say, well, I think Mary should get a promotion. No, you're the one who says that. And if Mary is qualified for the promotion, you write in detail why Mary deserves that promotion. You write in detail what you think. The trustees cannot come in. We hope the trustees are very engaged in your library, to be perfectly frank. We don't want trustees who just show up at the 6 o'clock meeting on Tuesday. They haven't been in the library for the rest of the month. They really have not attended any of your programs. They don't know what you're doing. They just show up for their 1 hour, 2 hours, and then they're ready to leave. That's not an engaged trustee. So you have to also make sure that they understand that part of their job is to be engaged. But that does not mean they're hanging around the circulation desk asking somebody, or the reference desk, like, well, how's it going? What do you think? Why don't you tell me what you think? Well, how's the director? Those are completely inappropriate interactions by the trustees. And I hope that you're able to cut them off right away. I hope you're able to say, no, I'm the director. I have given specific responsibilities to the staff. These are the responsibilities, and I am managing the staff, and I am seeing that they are supervised. So that's a very critical piece that you have to be, and it's not an easy. I mean, none of this stuff is really easy. We can put everything that we want on slides and say, isn't that great? But the reality of trying to do this in the real world is tough. I'm not saying it isn't, because you really have a really tough job, but it's a fun job. So remember that. But none of this stuff is easy. And a lot of your work is interaction with other people, particularly your board, particularly your municipality and your staff. So when you work with the trustees, you need to let them know that they have responsibilities out in the community too. You are not the only face in the community. The trustees have a role in the community. When we talked about the shared responsibilities of the budget, we found that many times when a municipality will have a budget presentation, the library director plus the trustee, preferably the board president, goes with them. You shouldn't be out there alone interacting with the municipality. You should have your board there with you, because they have a real responsibility to see that the library has the resources that it needs to do their job. And that means also interacting with their municipal officials, with your state officials. Many of you have had to do a lot more interaction trying to get this construction bond act done and getting the money that you need, because I understand sometimes the bids were higher than you thought, and then you had to work very hard to work with your municipality to see that you had the resources. And that's, again, one thing that you work with your board to have them understand that you're going to have to do this, and they may have to go to certain meetings with the mayor and council to talk about why we need these fundings for the library. So they can't just hide in their 1 month board meeting. And Michelle and Bob are having a new trustee orientation in March. And trust me, we'll talk about those things too, because it's a partnership that we talk about on both sides. We talk about the roles and responsibilities on the director side, but we also tell the trustees almost virtually the same thing, that they cannot leave their they cannot leave their library director alone to be the only voice for the library, that they have a critical piece to play. And if they don't want to play that part, maybe they don't want to be trustees, because a trustee needs to be vocal about what the library needs in the community. So it is, again, a partnership of which only the two of you and the whole board can succeed. So that is the important piece.
Hey, Pat,
Yeah.
we got a couple questions that were
Right.
about the stuff on that slide that you
Okay.
just went off. So I think it's a good time to ask them.
Okay.
First question, when you want to bring up questions to the board about policies or bylaws, where would you put that in the agenda, or would you even put that in the agenda?
Well, if you have, one of the things that some libraries do have a constant review of policies. So maybe every 2 years they look at all their policies and certain ones get reviewed. But if you're going to do a policy, you put that under new business. It's a policy. If you're bringing up a policy, again, I probably will bring up the example that we've seen recently of going fine free. That's been a policy that was certainly, when I was a baby librarian, nobody would ever do that. So you as a director have done research, you've looked at some of your neighboring libraries. So when it's under new business, you obviously first tell the board president that this is something you wish to bring to the board. You wish to have a policy regarding fine free in the library, and you put it under new business. And that's where you work with it. Now, a policy such as that may not get adopted on the first time. The board may look at it, they may have some questions and concerns and come back the next meeting, but it's clearly something that goes under new business, and it's something that you have the responsibility to bring forward at a board meeting. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Next question. Any tips for improving bad blood or past relationships with the board and the staff?
Say that again. Read that again.
Do you have any tips for improving bad blood or some sort of past relationships with the board and the staff?
So I'm taking this from the question is, obviously you've come into a situation where there has been, not to your doing, but to other, as we said, you're new directors, you're walking into a situation where you're suddenly realizing that, oh, maybe two trustees don't get along, maybe the trustees don't get along with the staff member. That's really hard. I think, again, when I try to bring up the point is try to put everybody in the most positive light. And that may not be easy. I'm not going to say that it is, but if it's something that, if you have a committee and one of the trustees is on the committee, ask the committee chair if that person can make the report. You have to try to bring them back around. And I think probably your biggest thing is you constantly saying that we're working together. And I'm not saying that's going to be easy, because we've all had relationships that when somebody walks in the room, we're like, oh my God. But anyway, we've all had that. So you just try to put it in the most positive way constantly. And if there's something that a trustee or a staff member has done, keep bringing that up in the most positive way. Sometimes you're going to have to be like a cheerleader, and it's not an easy role. And I'm sure you can look around the table at the 7 people who are looking at you and recognize that some of them don't get along. And your role is trying to make them focus on the one thing that they should get along about, the library. And I really wish I could make that an easier thing, but I think that you're going to have to just be the biggest advocate for the library and constantly keep saying, this is our role as the board, this is our role as the board, and see how far you get with that. That's a very, it's not an easy process.
Okay, good. Last question, and we have 20 minutes total
Well,
left.
thank
So
you.
we're
Don't you
we're
have-
good. We're good. I just wanted to. I know that's right. You have the timer there on your end. So, as a brand new director with 3 weeks on the job, coming from a children's librarian position, what would you recommend I focus on in my first couple of board meetings?
Wow. Well, first of all, I hope that you've sat down with your board president at least at least the first couple meetings. And I would look through and review any kind of documentation that you can find about past minutes. Now, minutes, again, often are not completely enlightening about what's actually going on in the library. They're usually written in a very formal, I won't say legalistic, but sort of like, yes, no, this is what we did, this is what we didn't. But if you read them carefully, you can infer that there are things there that maybe need to be talked about. And I think you're going to have to, since your board president is there, you're going to have to trust your board president to help you with that. Now, going back to what you would focus on, clearly, if you've been a new director for 3 weeks, and we all know that the state aid report is coming in, this is something that maybe the first week that or month you work with the treasurer on statistics, because you're going to have to look at things that you never had to look at as a children's librarian. You're just never going to have to look at how much the heat went up over a 12-month period. These are things that the children's librarians don't have to worry about, but you're going to have to worry about it from now on. You're going to have to look at salaries and benefits. You're going to have to look at, so I think talking to the board president and the treasurer, I think focusing on the finances of the library are a good place to start, because you need to get a handle on what the library spends its money on, how much we spend on programs, what we spend on operations, etc. I think getting a handle on finances is really one of your first things. And having help with people helping you fill out the state aid report, because they ask different questions that you've never been asked as a children's librarian. So I would look at the finances of the library first, and then look at the board minutes to see if anybody has reflected on any policies that have been concerns. So I think that would be the best way to start. If you have a strategic plan, I don't think you can go right into strategic planning. I think you should wait maybe till September. Get through your first summer reading program, even coming as a children's librarian, but now you're the director. But that's a really huge PR piece in the community. And now that you're looking at it from a different perspective, how would you do it differently? You were the operations people putting on the children's summer reading program, but now you are the PR person. You're really responsible for also helping the library sell that message of why summer reading and connecting it to educational achievement over the summer, why we can't let children not have a summer reading program. So you're going to start to look at things very differently than when you were the children's librarian, because when you're the children's librarian, your main focus was getting that program out there. When you are the director, your focus is on connecting that program to the needs of the community and letting the community understand why it's important to have a summer reading program. Not to have, You know, your role now is not just to bring up how many books we read. Your role is to working with teachers, preschool parents to say, like, we have to have a summer reading program because of the educational value it gives to our community. And those are the kinds of things you've got to start looking at a different mindset from where you were when you were an operational librarian. Because now you are, for lack of a better word, a big picture librarian. You're looking at how things are done in the big area.
Yep. They followed up, said that not only they're a new director, but they're opening a brand new library in the early spring and complete new building from the ground up. So thanks for the valuable information.
God bless you.
Yep. And that's the last question in the queue. So
congratulations, because that is a tremendous accomplishment. I don't think people, you know, that was one of the best things I used to get to do when I was a working librarian, was to go to building openings and feeling the kind of excitement that only opening a new building or a branch can bring to you, because you stood there and you had the sense, because obviously you as the director and the board would have a lot of input to that, but the whole feeling of the community, of what they, because they're paying for it, what they are bringing to their community for the future. There is nothing better. There is no feeling that I wish you the best of luck that day, because there really is no feeling like that, to know and to walk around and see it all new, but to see it through the eyes of your community, through the kids who come in that day, through the senior citizens who may have, whatever your library was before, kind of struggled through maybe not being able to go up steps or whatever, and suddenly having a building that's kind of is ADA compliant is like the most amazing experience. So I know that this is a very hard time for you right now, but you are going to be able to really, really experience. Many library directors have never had the experience of opening a new building. So you are really going to have a wonderful experience. Congratulations.
great. All right. So queue is clear, ready to go.
All right. So the last couple slides, and so you can throw out any other questions, or you can go get a glass of water when I'm done. What we want you also, and as I said to you before, we talk to the trustees with very similar topics, but we want you to also encourage your trustees to pursue continuing education, because you are the ones who let them know. For example, we do have the trustee and director check-ins once a month that are sponsored by the State Library and NJLTA. They're very, very important. A couple times we just do open Q&A, because trustees need to talk to each other. They need to ask questions of each other. They need to know what is happening at other libraries. Sometimes if you're in a consortium, they're able to have some better feeling about what are going on in other libraries. But if they're a standalone library, they really have very little opportunity to understand what's going on. So you really have to be able to make them aware of those opportunities to succeed. And as I said before, sometimes just showing them, bringing in one of your department heads to talk about what's going on in their department lets them know different things. You know, the state library is rolling out some new online apps for libraries. You should let them know that first. They need to know that. They shouldn't have one of their friends say to them, oh, I just download Libby, or I just downloaded this other state library thing, and your trustees have no idea what they're talking about. You have to make sure that you give them the information that they need to know to be an advocate in your community, because many things are happening. And I think one of the things we learned from COVID was that both trustees and directors need to be nimble. I mean, we can't go months without changing a policy if it isn't working. You know, the public wants to know. I think the public became much more engaged in our libraries during COVID because they missed you and they wanted to know what was going on. And so they tried to, so as much communication as you can get out there is critical. And so again, making sure the trustees understand the resources to do their job. If you go to a workshop, like this workshop, even in your board report, even if it's only 2 minutes at a board meeting, tell them what you did to pursue continuing education for the library. Let them know. Now there are many online resources. I'm also have to put in my little plug here to be a member of NJLTA. Make sure all your trustees are members. We send out monthly updates to the trustees on information we think they need to know so that they can be engaged in the library community. We take questions from them that we try to answer. So make sure that they're members of NJLTA. That is their professional association. But we've also found many library directors and trustees have gotten great value of going to NJLA together for all of those kinds of programs where you can go with your trustees. So make sure that your trustees understand what you're doing for continuing education and even maybe suggesting some things that they can do. Some libraries, I won't say many, but some may find an article in Library Journal or whatever, ALA, and they just put it in the board packet like, oh, I thought this was interesting. Maybe you would like it. And that would just give the board members some idea that there's a big, broad library community out there, and they're a part of it. And they need to know the information that their colleagues in other parts of New Jersey and either other parts of the country are dealing with. And I'm certainly sure you're going to have, I understand, the intellectual freedom discussion later. And this is very important information for everyone right now. So these are the things you need to know what's going on in other libraries. You need to be able to sure your trustees understand, because again, they're writing policy. They need to understand what's going on. Again, the state library has lots of resources on their website. They've got lots of past programs, including trustee institutes and things like that, that you can go and look at. This is being recorded. The monthly check-ins are recorded. So sometimes maybe those are things you can just highlight in your board thing. A trustee who wants to do that will listen to them. Go back and say that there are ways for them to get that. ALA has a section for trustees and friends called United for Libraries, and they have a lot of free information on their website. Some you have to pay for, but a lot of it's free. And there's a lot of it that's free that you can look at and maybe customize for your own trustees. Now, granted, your trustees are not going to want to have a 2-hour training every board meeting, but they might want a little tidbit. They might want to find out what's happening. If there's something going on in another library in your county or in your consortium, you might add that to it. So you try to keep them engaged by what else is going on in the library community, because they're a vital part of it and they need to know what's going on elsewhere. So I hope that you will continue to do that for your trustees. And I'm sure Michelle's going to tell you, make sure they all come to the March 23rd program, right, Michelle? And then there's certainly the organizations here that we have, the State Library, ALA, NJLA, the trustees. These are places that your trustees and you can go to for other information, for other resources. We're continually trying to put out materials and things to help both the directors and the trustees. So it's very important that you're members of these associations and that your trustees are, so that they know, keep up to date. There's nothing worse, as I said, than to find out or for somebody to read something in the newspaper and they don't even know what it's about, because it could happen to your library. That's what you have to be very careful about. So I'm going to just end, and you can put any questions in there, but it is a partnership that when it works, it's an amazing, amazing thing. And I have to say 90% of the time it does work. But working is going to have to depend a lot upon you and working with your board president, because you too, the library board and the director, have an extremely important role. You work together to advocate for the library, to secure funding, and develop policies that make the library open, positive resource in your community. And together you can do the best. And I wish you all the luck in the world. And I'm sure it is a partnership that can be fun, can be a little exasperating at times. But when you look around at the end of 6 months, maybe, and see all the things that you've accomplished, you'll feel good about it. So I'll take any questions or not.
Yeah, and I have a couple questions to ask.
Oh, Michelle, oh, Michelle does. All right.
Well, Bob and I, as I mentioned earlier, you weren't on yet, but Bob and I get a lot of phone calls from directors and trustees and even the public with different issues, and I told the directors this morning that they can always call us. A lot of times they call us just to vent or, and it's always confidential. So they are always free to give us a call. So I have a couple of questions that I'm kind of taking from a bunch of phone calls I got, and I'm kind of putting them into one. Some of them are kind of themes that I see. So what's your advice? I've had directors call me where, and you went into your program talking about how, look, everyone's people, everyone has different personalities and some are easier and some are more difficult. But I have had phone calls where some of the library directors feel that in the meetings and even with the public present, there might be a trustee that sort of, I guess want to say disrespects them or belittles them constantly. And the other board does, and the rest of the board like won't step up because this trustee might have a strong personality. And so it's the director feels very demoralized, and what can you do because the board hires you. So do you have any kind of recommendations how a director could handle that kind of situation? Because I really didn't.
Well, I think I would have to be a miracle worker if I did, but and it's very unfortunate, and that's when I talk about the role of the board president. And sometimes board presidents will not step up either, and it's it is very difficult. So depending upon the issue, as we talked about before, hold your ground, say what you think is right. But that, because I think if you say what you think is right, even if the trustee who is, in a lack of a better word, disrespecting you, hopefully the rest of the trustees, even if they're not speaking up at that time, will respect you. And that is what you want. You want the overall respect of your board. Now, granted, all of us have worked with somebody who's difficult. All of us have been at a board meeting where you have been the person who's been sort of gotten down on. It's happened to me, but it happens. So I think you have to just try to be as respectful. It's a very difficult thing. And I think that you bring up that question makes us look at that kind of issue when we do the new trustee orientation, because maybe we should be putting more emphasis on that for the trustees, because they are the ones who are going to have to interface, shall we say, with their other trustees for the director, and let them understand that they are the advocates for the director. They've hired the director. They've all as a board hired the director, and they have some responsibility to see that the director is treated with respect. So that gives me some ideas about what we should be focusing on at the new trustee orientation.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And just as a last kind of comment, I do want to say, I can't put my hands on it right now because I'm not that good at multitasking, but there is a wonderful chart that ALA puts out that sort of delineates in 3 columns the roles of the role of the director, the role of the trustees, the role of the friends. Very clearly outlines who's responsible for what. And I know it's on our website somewhere. We link to it, probably on the trustees page, but it's sort of like a chart. And it's very handy that, when I get those kind of questions about, who does what, and the trustees are telling the staff what to do, and it really should be me and that sort of thing, I often recommend that they find that chart. You probably know the one I'm talking about, Pat. And that
it's interesting you say that, because as the trustee association, we get questions like that too, in terms of that. And I did get one recently, was like, when I say no, the director is in charge of the staff, and the person, I don't know whether it's a man or a woman, I really don't. Well, where can you actually show me that? And it's sort of like, it's sort of almost like the military. You have an organizational chart. Everybody can't talk directly to the president. You have to have the responsibility that goes through the director. And teaching trustees that sometimes is another very difficult thing that we have to work a little harder at. You're right.
Okay, well, Bob, is there any other questions that you see? Well, before we
I do not.
look. Oh, I think someone put in the chat the roll chart. I think someone did put in the chat.
Good person, very good, excellent.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much, Elizabeth, for doing that. So if you'll, everybody that's on the call here or on the webinar, they can click on that and see the chart that we're talking about. Pat, thanks so much for all the expertise.
Good luck, everybody. Nice to be with you.
I was not calling you old when I said you. I was not calling you old when I said you had all the most.
I think you were, Michelle. It's okay.
No. But thanks for joining us. We'll talk soon, and we'll work on the next trustee orientation.
We should work with the trustees on what they need to do too. Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
Take care.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. So I see we have our next, you want to stand up and stretch, but we're a minute overdue for starting with our next program. And we'll just let our next presenter get set up.
I'm going bye.
Bye. And welcome Tiffany McClary, our next speaker. Thanks for being here. Tiffany is the Director of Communications, Marketing, and Outreach at the New Jersey State Library. And I love having Tiffany present every year about marketing and public relations, or PR, at your library. She does a great job. And I can't think of anything, well, I can think of a lot of important things, but I think one of the most important things as a director that you need to do is establish this kind of relationship through communications and PR with your community, with your elected officials. And Tiffany is here joining us again this year. She's going to be giving you some great tips, some very easy ways to do that. I know it takes a little extra work on your part. I know all of it takes a lot of extra work, but communications and public relations is absolutely essential for the success of your library. So Tiffany, thanks for joining us again today. I appreciate it. Welcome, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. So let me share my screen and we can jump right into it.
That's the design view.
Yeah, I was trying to share the actual slideshow view, and there we go.
Yeah, that's good.
All righty.
All right.
So today I want to talk about making the most out of your marketing. And before I go too further, I'd just like to introduce you to our team. So as Michelle already mentioned, my name's Tiffany McClary, and I'm the Director of Communications, Marketing, and Outreach at the State Library. We also have Julia Giantomasi. She is our Social Media and Marketing Coordinator. Julia, in addition to handling all of the social media, if you do get our newsletter, she's the person behind the scenes on that. Anthony Scavino, he is our graphic designer and webmaster. And we have a new addition to the team, Alexia Kellum. She's actually our new communications technology specialist. So in the future, you might find her, at least see her name if you attend any of our future webinars, because she'll be the technology person behind the scenes on those. So let's dive right in. And I know when everyone thinks of a marketing plan, you think that you have to have this, labor-intensive document where you have to map everything out for a year. And I just want to set your mind at ease. I am done with the full-scale marketing plan. And what my team has found helpful is that we approach projects on a case-by-case basis, and then we plan accordingly. And these 4 questions that I have here on the screen, I think these are the areas that you should actually pay attention to and not necessarily be so bogged down with, planning 6, 7, 8 months out. So first, who is your audience? A great way to define your audience is to use segments and user personas. And this is best practice in marketing right now. Essentially, this is going to help you figure out how best to craft your message. And when you segment your audience, you're pretty much grouping your audience members into categories or buckets, if you will. And then the user persona is more of a zoomed in view of individuals within those groups. So it would be more of like a user profile that you would create, so that you can better understand, the thinking and the attitudes behind your audience members. And I'll get into that a little bit deeper as we move forward in the presentation. But next, you want to take a look at how do you reach them? So you've tailored your message, you've figured out who you're speaking to, but what are the tools and the tactics that you need to use to get in front of those audiences? So, for example, maybe you want to develop a relationship with your school district to reach parents. So what are the ways to do that? Who do you need to speak to at the school? What newsletters, what communications do you need to get your information in? Or maybe you want to rely on your local Rotary Club or other community organizations to reach your empty nesters and retirees. So not only figuring out who your audience is, but how best to reach them is really going to be important in putting your plan together. Next is the B word that no one likes to talk about or no one wants to hear, but it's your budget. So this really just boils down to money and manpower. How much budget do you have available that you can allocate towards marketing specifically? What staff do you have available? Do you have volunteers that maybe could help you out? Do you have interns that can help? What tools do you need? Do you need to outsource anything? Perhaps maybe you need a web developer to help out with your website. You might need a graphic designer or a team that can help with video production. There's a price tag attached to all of that. So you just want to make sure that you have all of your ducks in a row there. And then lastly is your tracking. Now, this is an area that we sometimes put on the back burner because we feel like, all the work is done and you just don't want to take that last step. But I just want to spend a little bit of time here because I think it's really important to measure and track your success, because you don't want to spend resources that you already don't have or that are already stretched. You don't want to spend them in the wrong places. And, you can really avoid spinning your wheels and wasting resources by just doing a little bit of tracking. So when you're in this step of your planning, you can actually choose how in-depth you want to go with your tracking, or you can keep it very surface level. But at the very least, you really need to specify what to track and how to track it, and then also how often you plan on tracking it. So for example, if your goal is to increase your event registrations and you employ a variety of marketing tactics and vehicles to get your word out about your event, it's going to be really important for you to take a step back and track the engagement for those vehicles. So with social media, you can very easily go into the metrics in each of your platforms, and you can find out if your registration link was clicked and how many times. If you send out an email communication through like a distribution service like Constant Contact or MailChimp, for example, then you can look at those metrics and see, who clicked on the link, how many times the link was clicked. And then also, if you have an in-person event, you can go do it the old-fashioned way. Have a sign-in sheet, and on your sign-in sheet, you can have a little section where people can indicate how they found out about the event. And this way, when it's all said and done, and you take a look at your metrics and you see, oh, well, you know what? I think my emails performed way better than my social media. So maybe next time we won't spend as much time trying to reach people through our Facebook page. Maybe we'll put a little bit more time and effort into our newsletters or into our email communications. So, not only are you able to see where you're successful, but it'll help you to be more efficient in the future. So going back to segmenting, I mentioned that this refers to breaking down your audience into groups based on certain characteristics. So maybe, it's the stage of life that they're in. Maybe it's certain behaviors or interests or their location. It's really important to clearly understand your segments. And then once you have your segments, you can dive deeper into the user profiles or the personas. The slide here shows an example of what we used at the state library, what the communications and marketing team used to define our segments and personas for the recent statewide digital marketing campaign that we ran this summer. Hopefully you all are familiar with that campaign, but if not, I am going to talk about that in just a little bit. But last summer, we ran a campaign, and the whole goal was to engage New Jersey residents and try to encourage them to get back into their library and to just introduce them to the wealth of resources and, all of the different ways that libraries are addressing needs. And the first step during our research phase was to create these segments. So we looked at people who have already returned to the library. And when I say returned, I mean, after COVID, there was a period of time where things were shut down, and then people were slowly making their way back into libraries. And we felt that, we wanted to just try to help encourage people to really, get back into the library. So there's a segment of people who are already active and engaged. And then perhaps there's another group of people where maybe before COVID, they used to go to the library, but they haven't found their way back. And then there's another segment of prospects. So people who have really never visited the library, but they are prospective customers that we would like to get in touch with. So as you understand the audience better and the ways that they are consuming your information, then you'll be able to develop your user personas, which are going to give you a glimpse into their life. So some of the personas that we came up with were, the millennial mom, the empty nester, retirees. Here is a snapshot of the empty nester profile that we came up with. So this is a person who used to frequent the library when their kids were younger, but now their kids are out of the house. They're still working full time, they're still busy, but they don't visit as often because they're not bringing their kids to the library anymore. They're finding themselves with a little bit more free time. They don't have to take the kids to soccer practice, or, they're not playing chauffeur anymore. So they might be interested in programming on topics such as financial literacy or health and wellness, home improvement, travel. Keeping that in mind, you'll know what programs to market to them and how best to speak to them. Another profile that we came up with was the retiree. Maybe this person is finding retirement a little bit isolating, and they might be interested in finding some entertainment options at the library. The millennial mom. Maybe she's already frequenting the library with her kids, but perhaps she's discovered that she's an aspiring entrepreneur, and maybe she's interested in your resources for small businesses and entrepreneurs, or even your makerspace. So again, the idea behind creating these personas is to kind of get into the mind of your audience so that you can figure out how best to speak to them. And now I'll just talk a little bit about the statewide marketing campaign, because I just think it's so important that libraries across the state speak with one voice, and that you utilize all of the free resources that are available to you. At the state library, we put a lot of work into the campaign. If you're not familiar with it, you can go to our website. In the top navigation, you can find it under the marketing section, but it's basically njstatelib.org/beyondbooks. And the theme was that life happens at your library, and we were inviting people to venture beyond the bookshelf. So it's not just a repository of books, but the library is a place where you can do so many different things. We showcased the various topics through social media graphics and videos. And topics included, resources for businesses, resources for job seekers, social services, resources for new Americans. There's a whole list, and you can go there and check everything out. And I really encourage you to continue to use it. We ran the campaign over the summer, but the campaign has not ended. So this information is evergreen. There's no timestamp on it, so you can use it at any time. We also included captions and text that you can literally copy and paste onto your own social media. We included suggested hashtags to use. We included instructions for formatting. So whether you're using a reel or a story or a TikTok or wherever you want to post this, we provided information, and we provided instructions for you. So definitely check it out. And as we were talking about tracking, I just wanted to mention that when we wrapped up the campaign, we actually did a survey. Some of you may have seen the survey, and we asked the library community, did you like this? Did you find it useful? Did you use it? And it was really interesting because we found out through that data that people were really excited about the images, the social media graphics, but the videos were very rarely used, which was shocking to us because we spent a lot of time and a lot of resources putting the videos together, and we thought they would be a huge hit. So now that we have that information, through our tracking, now the next time when we go to have another campaign, we're going to maybe spend a little bit less time on video, and we'll probably spend more time on social media graphics and images. So just a real life example of how important it is to track, just so that you can save yourself some time. Okay, so we've defined our audience, we've figured out how to speak to them, we've, identified our personas and our personalities and profiles. So now we're at the stage where your content strategy is going to be so important. And basically, the formula that we use is amplify, automate, and replicate. We use terms like get more bang for your buck, or kill two birds with one stone, or, how do you milk a cash cow? So I want to talk about applying those same principles to your marketing. Amplify. This essentially just means using your content across multiple channels. So we want to repurpose the same content through your email blasts, through your newsletters, through your social media, on your website, etc. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel here. And you want to make life as easy as possible for your staff. So you have to figure out ways to automate your process. And there are several tools out there that are free or very low cost that you can use. And I will touch on using some of those tools as we move forward through the slides. And then lastly, we want to replicate, rinse and repeat, so that, you know, on a daily, on a weekly, on a monthly basis, your marketing is running like a well-oiled machine. When you have events, when you have announcements, when you want to promote something, you have a formula and you have a way to amplify your messaging. You have a way to automate it to keep it as easy as possible and as less stressful for your staff. And you have a way to replicate it so that you're getting the most bang for your buck. So let's dive a little deeper into amplifying. One of the main ways that you can amplify your messaging is through email marketing. And what we do at the State Library is we send a regular newsletter. So our main audience is the library community. So we're not necessarily doing a lot of marketing to the general public, but we're doing a lot of marketing to libraries. So we have NJSL Direct. If you are not signed up for it, I highly recommend that you subscribe. If you go to the marketing page on our website at njstatelib.org/marketing, you'll be able to subscribe there. And it's an opt-in subscription. And I recommend that if you do any sort of a regular newsletter or regular email marketing, that you use the opt-in method, because this is going to guarantee that the people who you're emailing, that they have agreed and they have said, yes, I want to receive your emails. So they will be more likely to open them and less likely to either delete them or to consider you spam, because that's the worst. Once a person writes you off as spam, you're done. My other tip would be to really synthesize your content. You want to be succinct. Don't put all of the details in your email. You don't have to write a novel. You don't have to map things out step by step. Put the very basic high-level information in your emails and then include links to your website or elsewhere where folks can go and get more information. Number 3, I will always say this: consistency is key. Our NJSL Direct newsletter goes out every Monday morning, and the library community has really grown to expect it and to anticipate when that newsletter is going to come out. Sending it on the same day at a regular time, on a regular basis, it really will give your patrons something to look forward to or something to expect from you. And you can decide your frequency. It doesn't have to be weekly. It could be monthly. But the point is that you just want to be consistent, not only in your timing, but also in your formatting. So if your newsletter looks different every time, I think that's a problem for your brand recognition. You want to figure out a template that you can use that's going to use, branded headers and footers. Use similar headlines and coloring. Make sure that your layout is very consistent so that it becomes familiar to your recipients, so that they'll be able to really get to the meat of your newsletter and uncover the updates they're looking for. For example, if you use sections, so let's just say, in the top section, you have all of your events. And then maybe under that, you have news announcements. And maybe under that, you have, recent blog posts. When a person becomes familiar with that format, when they open your email and they know, okay, I just want to see what the new events are from next month. They might click open and just take a quick look at the event section because they already know where it is, get the information that they need and leave. And that's totally fine. But if every time they get a newsletter or an email from you and they have to really dig for the information that they're looking for, that's a problem. And then lastly, I just really want to stress the fact that your email marketing, your newsletters, your email blasts, this is a way that you are building a relationship with your audience. And it's not just a form of communication that's one and done. It's really important to not get fixated on the open rates, but look at the bigger picture for creating the content that your subscribers want to see continuously from you over time. you know, just keep things consistent and become a valuable source of information that they can rely on. Another way to amplify your messaging or your content would be through social media. And the example that I have here, it's an older video. This is about 2 years old, but I really love this example. And I keep using it because I think it's such a great example of how successful you can be with maximizing your reach on social media. So we had a really successful reentry program, which some of you may be familiar with, called Fresh Start. And when the grant came to a conclusion, we did a little mini documentary to sort of capstone the project. And when it was time to share it, there's 2 things that I just want to point out here that I think really helped us be successful in the marketing of this video. The first thing you'll notice in the top portion, the caption area, that we tagged several entities. We tagged our funder, IMLS, we tagged our partners, we tagged our participating libraries, we even tagged Governor Murphy, we tagged Senator Cory Booker, because, you know, they both were really supportive of the program, and they were the reason that we were able to get the grant funding in the first place. And what these tags and mentions did was it ensured that our content not only was promoted to them, but it was promoted to their following. So we didn't just reach the New Jersey State Library's network on Facebook, but we also were able to get this content in front of all of their followers, which is, you know, 10 times more than what we would have been able to accomplish on our own. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out here was in the bottom right corner, you'll see that this was shared 11 times, which is a big deal because every time someone shared this, that maximized our reach even further. So when you tag someone, not only do they see it in their notifications and they're able to share it, but then it's also magnified on their page so everyone who follows them sees it as well. And then here's the key: the algorithm will kick in and push your content to people who are like them. So it's not just about them and their followers, but now you have tapped into the Facebook algorithm and you are getting in front of other people and other entities that have similar interests. And the more your video is liked, the more the algorithm pushes it out to news feeds. And that's why sometimes if you're scrolling through Facebook, you'll see the same post multiple times. And the reason why is because every time someone engages with it, the algorithm pushes it out again. So the more people that engage with your post, the more it's magnified through the algorithm. And this is essentially how viral moments happen. And so let's just put that into perspective with numbers. As you can see, typically with our Facebook posts, we might reach 100 people. But with this post, we were able to reach over 886. It says that our reach increased by 1,200%, which is incredible. Our link clicks increased, the comments increased, the shares increased. We were in the green for everything. So I just wanted to point that out. So when you share something on Facebook, don't just share it to your audience, but if there are other entities or if there are other people or groups or influencers that you can tag, I would definitely recommend doing that. Another more recent example, again, this is a Facebook example. We recently launched a campaign called Meet the Librarian, where we're focusing on some of the subject matter experts at the New Jersey State Library. So this one in particular is Regina Fitzpatrick, and her area is genealogy. And the reason why we launched this campaign was because we found that people are more interested in our content when it's a little bit more personal, when it has a personality, and especially when we showcase staff. Anytime we post pictures that have our staff, for some reason, we always see more engagement. I guess because, you know, people just like to put a face to a name, I guess. It's just more personal. So we created this campaign, and this was actually the first one that we launched out of a series. And as you can see from the numbers, this particular post reached, you know, over 3,500 people, 3,600 impressions, 82 interactions. It was shared 15 times. So again, you know, this is high in every rating. It says higher than typical. This is higher than our typical post. When we just post about an upcoming event or announcement, yeah, maybe we'll get a little bit of engagement, but definitely not like this. And it also performed well on Instagram as well. So again, as I mentioned before, we definitely repurpose and replicate our content across all platforms. And we found that this content was successful across the board. So again, that helps us when we're planning for the future. And we know, okay, this is a home run, so we can continue this series and we can continue to showcase staff members in this way. And we're hoping to continue on with the success. Another tip for social media, and this isn't a screenshot from Facebook, but this is true also for Instagram as well. Images and photo albums perform very well. And even though I know right now video content is king on social media, the numbers don't lie, and the numbers are still demonstrating that people engage with photos. And as you can see, our images and our photo albums are outperforming our videos and our other posts. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so we've gone over various ways that you can amplify your messaging, amplify your content. The next step would be automate. So this screenshot is actually taken from the tool that we use, which is called Buffer, but there are others. Sprout Social is one, Hootsuite is one. You know, I'm not recommending one over the other, but this is just the one that we use. And we do use the free version. We do not pay for this. However, there is a paid subscription that you can use, and it does offer, you know, analytics and other features that we don't necessarily have access to. But the purpose of using a tool to automate your posting is to save you time. So Julia, who I introduced you to earlier, and I think at the top right, you can see her little profile picture. This is from her desktop on Buffer. And she uses this to schedule out all of our social media posts. So I believe you can have up to 5 accounts within it. So, you know, we're posting to X or, you know, Twitter. We're posting to Instagram. We're posting to Facebook. And as you can see, this is just a snapshot, I think, of 2 weeks at the beginning of February. But we have several posts going out simultaneously all throughout the day. And the great thing about automation is you can take, let's just say every Friday, you say, okay, I'm going to sit down for an hour and I'm going to map out my social media for next week. And this is literally what Julia does. So she'll sit down, she'll take a chunk of time, and she'll put all of her posts together, and she just dumps them into the platform. And then throughout the week, she doesn't have to worry about it. It's sort of like set it and forget it. At 10 a.m., that post is going to go out on X. You know, at 11 a.m., it's going to go out on Instagram, or, you know, however she has it scheduled, it's going to automate and just go out on her behalf, and we don't have to worry about it. And it really cuts down your time on having to worry about social media. You don't have to individually go to each platform and, you know, spend time typing it in and doing all of that. You can do all of your tagging and mentions and everything right within the tool. So highly recommend. Another thing that I want to talk about here is video content. So I know that I mentioned earlier that we had the video that performed really well on Facebook. And keeping things in proper perspective, I also definitely want to mention here that that was an IMLS funded grant. So we definitely had budget. We were able to hire a video production company to put it together for us. And I realized that that is just definitely not possible for every library. So there are other ways that you can create content, video content, and make it shareable. And so what you see here is our NJSL Presents YouTube playlist. And we host regular events. We have a monthly calendar on our website at the State Library where there's all sorts of events on various topics. And they're kind of like a lunchtime learning thing. So they're webinars that are held around the lunchtime hour. And what we do is we post them on YouTube after the fact so that anyone can go back and view it if they missed it. And this is really important because it helps you to repurpose the content. So you don't have to just rely on a person registering for your event and attending your event. So you have an opportunity to go back to people that didn't register, or maybe they registered and they missed it. It's just another opportunity to repurpose your content. We keep everything together. We keep it branded. We even take little snippets from these videos and we tease them out on social media, and we bring people back to the YouTube channel. And as you'll notice, the way that we've branded these is they're in the right-hand column. We have our logo, we have the title and all of the branding, and then we just swap out the image for each event. So it just keeps a consistency for us, a general look and feel. And these are actually the templates that we use. And again, we're talking about automating our content. Keep it easy and keep it simple. These photos here are just photos that we had from a previous Black History Month program. And our graphic designers just happened to use that image in our template. But if you create a general template that you can use and you just, swap out the image, swap out the text, and post it online. We just keep it really simple, keep it really easy, and we try to automate as many things as possible. And another,
Hey, Tiffany.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned one of the YouTube playlists on there, but you didn't mention the highest performing YouTube playlist on our channel.
Oh, so I guess that must be what is it?
The
library
director and
directors,
trustee, the director and trustee training playlist. That all of these videos go on to. Now, I don't think it's the highest performing, but I was just, making light and also letting people know that all the videos are in one place on the State Library YouTube channel, and you can go and get them and stuff like that. So sorry about that. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's great. No, listen, I always love a plug.
Yep.
Absolutely. The State Library's YouTube channel has various playlists. So I pulled this one in particular just to show the consistency in the branding and the templates that we use, because for NJSL Presents, we created a brand around it. But absolutely, there are several different playlists, and we definitely hope that you are going back to the playlist for the library directors and trustee trainings, because those are really important and relevant for you guys. So thank you for that, Bob. But here I also wanted to just show our NJSL Presents, or I'm sorry, not NJSL Presents, our marketing blog. Now, I'm showing on the screen the marketing blog, but we also have an NJSL Presents blog. So all of those YouTube events that I mentioned on the previous slide, for each event, what we do after the fact is on the NJSL Presents blog, we post a recap. And that way our patrons are able to go back, view the video if they missed it. And then we also took into consideration that everyone might not have time to sit through an entire webinar. And users consume information differently. So some people might prefer to just scroll through a short blog post and read about what took place, as opposed to having to sit through an hour-long webinar. So we're, once again, stretching the content, repurposing the content. We've gone from email blasts, pre-event, social media blasts, pre-event, to now we are showcasing our recorded content post-event. And then we're repurposing that same content into a blog post where people can go back and reconsume that same information. So do you see the pattern here where we're really, amplifying, we're automating, and we're replicating? And now time for my shameless plug. The marketing blog is a great resource for library directors. We know that marketing, communications, public relations, they're all topics that we all could just, use some advice and best practices and tips and tricks on. So we post once a month a blog post on a marketing topic. Social media is one of the more popular topics. So you can check out our blog and, learn a little bit more about marketing there. Now here we have the recap. So essentially this is the playbook. And I know that I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of pressure to have, this big, huge marketing plan. But again, if you approach your events and your announcements and, all of your promotion on a case-by-case basis, you can break all of these things down into bite-sized chunks and just make it super easy for staff and make it super easy for yourself. You start with your event or your program. You pull all of your text, your content, your photos, your videos together, which takes time. So, that's our first step. And then we move into amplifying. So we want to spread the word. This might be through email blasts. This might be through newsletters. This might be through social media posts. Maybe you have a blog, whatever the vehicle. We want to take, that text, that content, those videos, those photos, we want to amplify it. We want to spread it far and wide. The most efficient way to do this would be to automate it. So come up with quick templates that your staff can share and use and have on hand to just make life easier. Look into scheduling tools. Again, I mentioned Buffer earlier, but there are others, Hootsuite, Sprout Social. There are a variety. You can use the free service like we do, or you can pay for a subscription. And I don't think they're very expensive, and you can have the tracking and the measurement and the analytics included, and some other features as well. And then we replicate, we rinse and repeat. So you become a well-oiled machine. You do this for every event. You do this for every announcement. Every time you want to promote and get the word out, now you have a playbook. Now you have a plan. Now you have a strategy, and you will get better and better at it. And then again, we don't want to forget about tracking and measuring. So there might be some steps that we've taken that we reevaluate and we decide, okay, you know what, we're not going to do this anymore because we're really not seeing a return on the investment. And that's okay. Or maybe you come up with new ideas and you add new strategies into the playbook. But all in all, I believe that this is a really sound marketing strategy that any library can employ. NJ PubLibs. I highly recommend that if you are not already receiving this email distribution, that you definitely get plugged in. We do have on our website, there is a way that you can subscribe. So I created a shortened bit.ly link here that you can use. So bit.ly/NJPubLibs, but you can also go to our website. You can contact Bob. He's behind the scenes with our NJ PubLibs. So anyone who has any questions or issues, definitely reach out to Bob Keith and he can get you put on the list. But basically, this is our dedicated email blast that goes out only for library directors. So this is in addition to our other newsletter, NJSL Direct that I mentioned earlier, and any other email blast or newsletter distribution that we have at the State Library. And this includes really important updates about library law, state aid, statistics, important deadlines, and other special opportunities. Usually the only people who send out announcements through NJ PubLibs would be either Bob Keith or Jen Nelson, our state librarian. So this is, very high level information specifically for library directors. We do use Constant Contact. And I just want to mention that this is an opt-in list. We have had issues in the past where if the way Constant Contact works is if you have opted out of any of our lists, so it could have been an old list maybe 10 years ago, and you said, you know what, I don't want to receive this anymore, and you opted out on Constant Contact. Now at the State Library, we are no longer able to send you emails through Constant Contact because they have put you on the list that you said, you know what, I don't want news from the State Library. So it's really important that you opt in and give us permission to send you this information. And then another thing I urge you to do is if you do subscribe and you're like, you know what, I haven't really seen anything, check your spam filters, because we have had issues in the past where your library might just have a really strong spam filter, and it's preventing Constant Contact, because even though it's a trusted source, some spam filters will still say, oh, well, it's, this is some sort of a commercial email that's trying to get through. So definitely want to mention that and make sure everyone's plugged in. And for some reason, my slides are not advancing. Oh, there we go. And lastly, I invite you to connect with us at the State Library in our communications, marketing, and outreach office. So again, make sure you're on the NJ PubLibs email, subscribe to the NJSL Direct newsletter. NJSL Direct, that is just very general library community information. So announcements, news, updates, continuing education opportunities, training, grant opportunities, important deadlines, very general library community news. So you want to make sure that you're receiving that as well. Check out our marketing trends blog that I mentioned earlier. Again, you can find that on our website on the marketing page. If you ever have any questions, you can email us directly at marketing@njstatelib.org. That goes to the entire team. So that's myself, Julia, our social media and marketing coordinator. It goes to Anthony, our webmaster and graphic designer, and Alexia, our communications tech person. So we all get that email, nothing falls through the cracks. And then lastly, I just want to invite you to follow us on our social networks. We would love to engage with your library if we aren't already. Engage with you personally if we aren't already. And at the bottom of the screen, that link just goes to our marketing page. So all of the same information that I've already mentioned. So that concludes. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Yep, we got two in the queue. So the first one says, do you have any suggestions on how to successfully market a brand new library on a small budget? They have already decided on their logo and change of the name of the library, but not much more than that.
Okay. For me, and this is my humble opinion, I believe that email marketing is the best way to go. You can start small and just start collecting email addresses from your patrons, whether you're doing that, at the front desk, at your events. And as you build out a list, now you have a dedicated way of getting in front of people and a way to regularly get in touch with them. Another suggestion would be to tap into your community partners and other organizations. So if there are membership organizations in your communities or groups that you can, try to get in front of their members, or maybe offer like cross promotion opportunities. Hey, we'll promote this for you if you promote, our event or our announcement. Attend these events, try to, collect more email addresses, more so that you'll be able to really grow that list. I think using those two things to start will give you good footing to help you grow and move forward and make an impact in the community. You definitely, working with the schools, having a good relationship with the school librarian and your school district so that you can get included in any communications that go out to the parents and to the students in your community. That's another great way. And it'll just evolve over time. I mean, this is a grassroots effort. So I think little by little, it'll grow.
Okay. Second and last question so far says, thank you, Tiffany. Your presentation is very helpful. As a newish director, I currently don't have the skills on my team to assist me with the social media and keep our accounts active. Is it possible to make an appointment with your department to review our current marketing channels and identify where we can improve our communication and marketing? I guess, do you provide consulting services to individual libraries?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're more than happy to, have a phone call or maybe schedule a visit. Really, that was the purpose behind the blog, because we knew, there are so many libraries out there that don't have the resources or don't have the manpower. So we wanted some sort of a way to provide some education around marketing topics. But I would be more than happy to have a conversation. And even if it means having a meeting with the team, I definitely reach out to me. The slide's not up anymore, but my email address at the state library is
I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay, great. tmcclary@njstatelib.org. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me and we'll definitely set something up.
All right. There is your email address in the chat. And that is the last email in the queue.
Okay, great.
Yep. Michelle?
Thank you, Tiffany. Thanks for joining us today for all that great information. And thanks for also offering you and your team to help out individually with some of the libraries that might want to give you a call or, set up a Zoom or something with you. As always, very valuable information. So thanks. Have a great rest of your day. Appreciate
you. Thank you. Take care.
All hanging in there. Bye, Tiffany. For all the rest of you hanging in there, I know it's a long day. Take a break now until 3 o'clock. You have a few extra minutes in there to get a snack and stretch, but make sure you come back for our very important session, probably the hot topic of at least today, if not for the 2 days of our training, the intellectual freedom challenges, which we know have been really hitting everywhere in the country and even here in New Jersey. So you'll really want to hear from Judith when we get back at 3 o'clock. All right, see you then, everybody.
Michelle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick. I'm gonna stick around, but be on mute and no camera. So when Judith comes on, I can pop on and help her.
All right, good.
So, all right, see ya.
Yeah.
Hey, Judith.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you? Good to see you again.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're fine. Do you want to? We're currently on a break until 3 o'clock, so
Okay.
we're just chilling out. If you want to test out your screen sharing, when you have a moment,
Sure.
and then you can just leave it up there while
That makes sense. That's a good idea.
until like 3 o'clock. So.
Yep. Okay, let's see here. Oh, darn it. That's not what I want.
Yeah, that's Drive.
Share. Okay.
That is it. Let's see if it goes into a slideshow. Yep, there you go. Full screen. Excellent.
Perfect. Okay, I'll see you in a few then, right?
Yep. I'm gonna go on mute and I'll
I'll be back.
Okay, thank
All right.
you.
Bye.
I am getting your emails, Bob, but I'll probably get to them tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries.
What was the date he was looking at? Was he looking at a certain date?
Sometime in March or April, but
Yeah.
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it like offline.
Hi, Judith.
Hey, Judith. Judith is muted.
Welcome.
Hey, am I okay
Hey.
now?
You're great.
Okay, I think I might have, good to see you, Michelle. Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, thanks for coming.
Sure.
Welcome. I think I might have did something wrong, so, let me try to share this again.
Okay.
Bob.
Yep.
Okay. That work?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yep. You're full screen to me. See if can you advance things?
Yep.
Yep. Great.
Okay.
Awesome.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
That's
All
right.
right.
Now we'll get started if that's all right. You ready, Judith?
I am.
Okay, great. Okay, so thanks everyone for hanging in here for the last program of the day, Intellectual Freedom Book Challenges. And I'd like to introduce you to Judith Pissano, who is the Assistant Director at the Gloucester County Library System. Judith is passionate about intellectual freedom and has presented on the topic at the NJLA conference back in 2022 and in 2023, been a hot topic now for a number of years. And she's also provided a Skillshare segment on book challenges for Library Link NJ and the NJLA Youth Children's Services section. So Judith, welcome. I'm really looking forward to your presentation and giving us some good advice. So I'm going to turn it over to you and take it away.
Before you do that, I just wanted to ask Judith if there are questions that come in the Q&A. Do you want me to answer them at the end, or rather pose them to you at the end, or pose them to you like in the?
It might be helpful as we go along if it's on a particular topic instead of trying to backtrack.
Sounds good. I'll
Okay,
try to
perfect.
I'll try to jump in as unobtrusively as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you everybody for inviting me, especially Michelle, to talk about this important topic. And I know it's been a long day for everyone, so I won't keep you too long. So I'm here to talk about intellectual freedom and book challenges. So this presentation hopefully will provide some tips, some ideas, and some resources to help you with your policies. Okay, so the presentation is set up. First, we're going to talk about challenge versus banned. Some people are using the words interchangeably, but they mean totally different things. And we'll talk about good components of a collection development policy. And then once you have your policy in place, you need a procedure. So we'll talk about some components that make up a good procedure. Then support. It's important to support your staff. So we'll review some tips in doing so. And then resources. At the end, I'll provide some resources if you're looking for additional information. Okay, so challenge versus banned. Before we get started, I think it's important to define what intellectual freedom is. And this comes from ALA. So intellectual freedom is the right of every individual to both seek and receive information from all points of view without restriction. Okay, so a challenge is an attempt to remove or restrict materials based on the objections of a person or group. And banned is the removal of those materials. So lately there's been some debate about banned. In Florida and Texas, a lot of material has been removed from school library bookshelves. And to librarians, that is banning a book because the children don't have access to it. Some conservative groups come back and say they can buy the book at a bookstore, so it's not banned. But our philosophy is not everyone has access and the means to buy from a bookstore. So it's important that we understand where we're coming from when we talk about banned. Okay, so this is censorship by the numbers. This is information from ALA for 2022. They haven't posted their 2023 numbers yet. I'm sure that will be coming soon. So books are being challenged throughout New Jersey and across the country, and 48% of those challenges are targeted at public libraries. So what it looks like by the numbers. So in 2022, 1,269 reported attempts to ban or restrict library resources. And of that, 2,571 unique titles were targeted. And that's a 38% increase from 2021. I just also want to point out that that number could be significantly low. That's just the number of reported attempts. So if it's not reported and it's still happening, we don't know about it. So it's important that you consider contacting ALA or NJLA. Okay. All right, so as new directors, you may be asked to write, review, revise policies along the way. And ALA recommends that every library have a policy with these 6 components. So think of your policy handbook as your toolkit for running your library. Number 1, you'll notice at the top is collection development and resource consideration. We'll talk about resource consideration in a little bit, but it's a mechanism for patrons to express their concerns about library material. The other 5 are internet use of meeting room and exhibit spaces, privacy and confidentiality, social media, user behavior, and library use. So if you're not sure or you haven't heard, in early 2023, the Glen Ridge Public Library received a complaint about their material, and 6 titles were targeted. The staff provided the group, it was a group that was filling out the complaint, with a reconsideration form. The director looked it over and presented the findings to her board, and the board approved retaining the materials in the library. The library director, what she did is she referenced the collection development policy, and that was her protection. And so that shows how good, what a good collection development policy can do for you. It can definitely prevent book challenges. Okay, so been talking about collection development, so let's take a minute to define that. So library collection development is the process of systematically building the collection of a particular library to meet the information needs of the library users in a timely and economical manner. Okay, all right, excuse me. All right, so before we dive into some good components of a policy, let's take a minute to think about why you might need a collection development policy. Number 1, protects against challenges. We saw that firsthand at Glen Ridge Public Library, so that's a good policy and operation there. Ensures materials reflect the library's mission and guiding principles. Next, provides a framework for consistent selection in all formats. So consider what your library is going to contain. Are you going to look to purchase books on audiobooks? Are you looking to purchase large print books? Having that written down will help you, and it'll also help your selectors. So when they're sourcing for material, they'll stay away from VHS tapes. I know that's an outdated technology, but at least your selectors know what they should be sourcing for. States who is responsible for selection. Ideally, that responsibility falls on the library director. However, you may delegate that responsibility to a professional that has the skills, knowledge, and expertise to select materials. And next, ensures a diversity of viewpoints. So consider adding, diversity of viewpoints. So consider adding something like, we will select material for all ages, for all reading levels. And also consider putting in a disclaimer about children's books. So we had recently some parents come into the library and school libraries, and they wanted to dictate what their children can check out. And we don't deny children and teens, we don't restrict their borrowing habits. So what we did was we built a statement that says something to this effect: the responsibility for a child's reading, listening, and viewing of library material must remain with the parent or caregiver and not with the library staff. The only restriction we have in our library are DVDs and a juvenile card. You can check out a G-rated DVD. Anything above G has to be checked out on a parent card, and we go by the motion picture industry standards. That was a mouthful. Sorry about that. Okay, so continued, a few little more why we need a collection development policy. Provide standard for collection maintenance and removal of material. Set some parameters. How long are you going to keep the material in your library? Public libraries are very small and you have a limited amount of space. So as new material is coming in, consider how you'll remove older material and have a mechanism to do that. Guidelines for gifts and donations. This is interesting. Consider, will you accept donations? What kind of donations you will accept? Will you accept, desks and shelving? So consider what you will and won't accept. Process for patrons to share concerns about library resources. So this is where your reconsideration of library material form comes in, and that's the mechanism for patrons. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And then last, in your policy, consider putting the following statements: affirms the importance of intellectual freedom, First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the Library Bill of Rights, and the Freedom to Read statement. We've also included the Freedom to View statement. All this information can be found on ALA's website, and they do have a intellectual freedom manual, and it has a lot of good guiding principles in that as well. Okay, so we talked about why we need a good policy. Now let's consider some components of a good policy. All your policies should revolve around what your library's mission statement is. So that's really your starting point, and you'll go from there. If you get off track, you can always go back and say, what is my library's mission? Second, support of intellectual freedom. This is where you will put those statements I just mentioned. Collection responsibility. Who are your selectors? Know who your selectors are. If you're in a small library, you might not have enough staff to designate one librarian does the adults, one librarian does the children's. You might just have one librarian. In our library, we do permit our principal library assistants to select material. However, they're overseen by a professional librarian. Okay, so next, the reconsideration of library material. This form is really important and you should all have one. And this form is what we would give to the patron to fill out completely if they have a problem or concern with material in the library. So this is kind of a mechanism for patrons to complain. And once that sheet's turned in, that starts a procedure, what happens next. So one thing I found was very interesting, and I think I'll share with you. We, on the form, we started asking folks if they read the book. What we noticed happening is conservative groups in New Jersey are sending out notices to go into libraries and see if they have certain books and then ask it to be removed. And what we're finding is they'll target a certain section of the book without reading the book to understand the whole idea of the book. So it might be a given to ask a patron if they read the book, but we're finding it more and more important to do so. Selection criteria. So when you're selecting material, what is your criteria? Will you select material from a recognizable author, for historic value, for scholarship? So those are some of the things you should list, how you select material. Acquisitions. So determine what kind of library material you'll have. It might be a given, but write it out. We will have nonfiction, we will have fiction, we will have large print. You may decide not to source for graphic novels, so that wouldn't be in your acquisition list. Special collections. So if you have a special collection, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to add to it? We have a New Jersey collection, and we currently have historical collection in the Swedesboro Library that was donated. And it talks about a lot of information about the town. All this material is behind a case that is locked. Patrons are allowed to view it in the library only. The New Jersey collection we do add to, but the donated historical collection remains static. But we do let patrons look through it. Again, I'm mentioning gifts and donations because I think it's important to understand you don't have to accept a donation. Somebody might want to donate a large desk that you just don't have the room for. Also, I think it's important to state that at the discretion of the director, we may donate the books. If there's somebody donated books, we might donate it to the friends. Set some parameters as a way to let the donor know that we are not going to keep this item for, the next 25 years. Okay. And then last, it's really important, I think, to have a good collection maintenance and weeding, understand how you're going to maintain your collection. I previously mentioned 3 to 5 years. So our standard is anything older than 5 years, we look to replace, discard. We wouldn't discard it if it's still being checked out, but we would look at condition. If it's a popular title, some of the literature books, we look to replace those. Weeding. When you're doing a weeding, I think it's important that the community knows what you're doing with discarded books. In a county system, our materials are purchased by tax funds. So, our community wants to know what we're doing with books that we no longer use. So we do donate our books. We do use Baker and Taylor's sustainable shelves, and we do utilize, what's the other one? Better World Books. We started little libraries in some of our communities that don't have a physical building, and some of those weeded books go in to maintain those little libraries, we're calling them. They're in some municipal buildings, and I think we have one in a senior center. Okay, so those are some components of a good policy. Just what I think. You can add more or less. But those are some things that I think are really important. So we had a good policy, and then we started receiving book challenges. Previously, the book challenge form went to the director, and we weren't sure what happened after that. So we've had an uptick, and we thought we need to have a procedure, what we're going to do when we have a challenge come in. So why you would need a procedure, it establishes a plan of action, what's going to happen, ensures consistency. Every challenge will be treated the same, and it assigns responsibility. Who's going to follow up with the patron? What are they going to tell them? So I think it's really important to consider a procedure, what happens next, okay? So here are some components of a good procedure. First and foremost, establish a review team and a team leader. Many of our books that have been challenged were young adult and children's books. So it made sense that our youth services librarian, head of youth services, was the team leader. We first asked for volunteers, and we formed a small committee. It's best to have an odd number. So we have a small team. And when a book challenge comes in and the reconsideration form is submitted, I look at it, see what book it is, if it's a YA, if it's a children's book. Then I source for other additional copies of the book to give to the team. And then we give the book to the team and they start reading it. We also designed an evaluation form for the team to fill out while they're reading the book. And I'll show you an example of the form that we designed. Provides a time frame. Previously, we really weren't sure what the previous director did with any reconsideration form that was turned in. So we decided to put a 2-week time frame on it with the expectation that it might take a little bit longer depending on the book. We didn't want it to go unresolved 2 or 3 months down the road. So for us, for now, it's a 2-week time frame. And what that means is the team reads the book, they return all the evaluation forms to me, and then the last component of the procedure is decides how and who will notify the patron. So that responsibility falls on me. I receive all the evaluation forms, I'd read through it, and I craft a letter to the patron. And first and foremost, I reference our collection development policy, list some of the criteria why the book will remain in our collection. Fortunately for us, we don't have to present the information to our board. We're able to make decisions on our own. Okay, so I send out a letter to the patron and that completes that whole process. Okay. So here's an example of our staff review form. And I think it's important that you, how many checkouts did this book have? And how many other libraries in the area have a copy of it? We're part of a large consortium. And so we have access to some of our partner libraries to see who has it and how many copies they are. And then this is just an example of the form that we put together. Okay. So now we have a good policy, we have a procedure. So last, I think it's important to provide some tips and tools for our frontline staff and staff in general. So I think it's really important that we educate them, prepare them, and support them. So educate. We have internally a lunchtime talk discussion group. We started this during the pandemic to connect with our coworkers who were experiencing a lot of anxiety. It's a virtual once-a-month meeting. It's a peer-to-peer discussion group. We talk about library topics, and intellectual freedom and book challenges have come up quite frequently. So this is a way for us to talk one-on-one, peer-to-peer about important topics. Webinars, there's a lot of no-cost webinars out there. Web Junction has quite a few. If you have Niche Academy, there might be some in there. And then last, Library Link NJ, they have monthly skill sharing workshops, and they also have a mentor groups, discussion groups. So keep an eye out for those. Okay, so prepare. I think it's important that all staff know where our collection development poly is on our website, be able to show patrons where it's at, and know where our reconsideration form is. So we make sure all staff know where it's at, can point to the information on our website and what to do after they receive the form, who to give it to. So it's important that continually preparing staff for such a encounter. And then support, as I just kind of mentioned, alluded to, it could be uncomfortable for some staff. They're at the front desk and they're the ones that are in the line of fire, so to speak. So I was at a other workshop and someone came up with this idea. So I changed it a little bit to suit our needs. But what it is, we made a suggestion card and we printed them out, and it gives their staff some tips. So if they're experiencing an unruly patron that wants to tell us to remove a book, they can pull out that card. We've encouraged them to put it on the back of their ID card. It fits nicely into our staff ID envelope here. So some of the ideas, they can just remind themselves, maintain neutral body language, listen sympathetically and use active listening skills, acknowledge the stress and discomfort they may feel, offer alternative options, explain the collection development policy if they feel comfortable. If a resolution from the above options is not met, offer the reconsideration form or call or notify your supervisor. We've also, so these are just a few tips that staff can look to if they're feeling uncomfortable. We also had one branch library who implemented what they call the red folder. And we encourage the buddy system. If we see a coworker having a difficult time with a patron, we want to go over and stand with them for support. And this branch library implemented what they called the red folder. So if a staff person needed additional support or help, they would hold the red folder up, and then another staff person would know that they're looking for some help from their coworkers, and they would go over and stand with them and, just help them out a little bit. Okay, so those are some tips for frontline staff. So we're not done. There are other considerations in a library beyond book challenges, and they could be your library displays, your programs, or your meeting rooms. Library displays, librarians like making displays. So, depending on your community, they might be uncomfortable with a LGBTQ or Pride Month display. So again, your library displays reflect your policy and your mission statement. So you can always refer back to that. Programming, unfortunately, we've had some issues with our programming. We did a virtual session and invited the Mazzoni Center to talk about understanding how to work with the LGBT community. And an individual came on and started typing some derogatory comments. Fortunately, I was able to kick her out of the person out of the room, but understand you might be faced with some concerns from your community. And then your meeting rooms. Who are your meeting rooms open to? For us, we don't charge for our meeting rooms, and they are open to anybody in the community. They have to be a nonprofit. They cannot sell anything. They cannot promote or basically sell anything in the meeting. All of our meetings have to be open to the public, meaning if the knitter quilter group or Democrat club was having a meeting in our meeting room and a patron came in, they're entitled to attend that meeting as well. We don't have closed meetings. So think about how you want to promote your meeting rooms. Okay, so this is something we don't talk about enough, and I think it's really important to be mindful of this. Soft or quiet challenges. So they're twofold. They can happen internally and externally. And I've witnessed this firsthand. So internally, it's when professionals, your colleagues, your coworkers, they alter how they select material because they don't want the negative feedback. So instead of purchasing YA books from the perspective of an Indigenous person, they shy away from that. Staff bias is an interesting one. I think bias might be a little too harsh, but I've experienced that with some children's librarians who feel uncomfortable and refuse to order books that LGBTQ books written by persons of that community. And the reason is fair enough. It's for religious reasons. They're very religious, and I certainly understand that. So rather than make a big deal out of it, I just designated another person to add to that order unique titles that reflect that community. Library boards, they might want to just keep the status quo and not cause problems. because that definitely reflects in your elective officials. We're all kind of intertwined with our elected officials. So just keep that in mind. It does happen. Okay. So what can you do? I encourage anyone that receives a challenge to report it to NJLA. There's a reporting form on the website. Understand that your information will remain private, and you can choose to have the members of the Intellectual Freedom Subcommittee team help you out, talk to you, respond, or you just want to report it. It's up to you. Report a challenge to ALA. Again, I think that's important so they can track where the challenges are happening. Notify the regional response team. So a few years ago, the regional response team, if you're not aware, is a partnership between NJSL and NJLA. Myself and a few other folks set it up. And what it is if you receive a challenge and you want support, you want other librarians, community members to show up at your board meeting to support you, you notify the regional response team, and depending where you are in the state, they'll contact volunteers to attend that meeting. They're also very good. We've written letters, we've called directors, we've notified the newspaper. So that's kind of what that team is all about. And it kind of came out of in the spirit that the school library media specialists are under the gun, under fire. A lot of books, as I mentioned earlier, in Florida and Texas are, being removed from the shelves. So there's are some options what you can do and some resources. The ALA, again, has an official Office of Intellectual Freedom manual. It's really good, and I believe they're in the process of updating it. Library Bill of Rights, your freedom to read, and your freedom to view statement. I would encourage everyone to kind of read through it and see what it's about. Okay, and then support. Here are the links if you want to report a challenge and join the regional response team. And that's it. Thank you for your time. Apologies for a little bit of quirky moments where I lost my place.
No worries. No worries at all. So we have 2 questions in the queue.
Okay.
I'll do the second one first. Do you have a good link for the actual reconsideration form on your website that you can post in the chat?
Yes, I
Okay.
will see if I can locate it. All right.
While you're locating that, I'll read the other question to you. Could someone address providing cards to children? Some libraries provide cards to children without a parent present and at any age. Some require parents until reaching age 18. What are the best practices to remove barriers?
So we issue cards from birth, till adulthood. And the only requirement for a juvenile card, you have to have a parent or caregiver sign the person up for the card. And that is because it puts the responsibility on the adult if the book is lost. We're currently fine free, but so to notify a child that their book is missing is kind of like not the best practice. So that's kind of what we do at GCLS. So
Okay.
up to 17, and then when you're 18, you're an adult.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's see. Another good idea is have a code word, like a random. Okay, I don't know. I'm not clear as to what that was about. Okay, yeah. If you could post that link in the chat, just so we have it.
Yeah.
And then I think.
The thing about having a code word was a little while back when Judith was saying if someone's having a hard time, have another staff member come over.
Oh yeah.
For support. And so I think the comment was, well, a good idea might also be to have like a code word that, somebody needs some backup support and some help.
Definitely. Yeah. We just used some of our libraries are a lot bigger, and so using like a red folder works for us.
Yeah.
See if I can, I'm not the best at this, so bear with me. All right. So that's the link for the form. I don't know if it's, active, but that's the link.
I don't see it in the chat.
Oh, I have to send it, don't I? There you go.
Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? Let me repost it because it went only to us.
Oh,
Only to the
apologies.
host and penthouse. I'll just send it to everyone.
Don't worry. Jude.
So
Okay.
there you go. So that's it, everybody. It's in the chat. You can click on that and bookmark it, and it's a Google form, and yeah. Cool.
Judith, thanks for all the wonderful information.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Thank you so much for inviting me. Have a
thanks for
great
coming
day,
in.
everyone.
Of
Spending
course,
your-
you too.
And welcome new directors. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. So great. So we're getting out a little bit early. Nobody's going to object to that. So I want to thank you all who are online now for hanging in there. I know it's a very, very long day. I'm tired myself, and just from listening and trying to take it all in. So we appreciate your hanging in here all day long. And I'm not going to take too much longer other than to say we'll see you next week on day 2. We have another new agenda. You're going to meet the staff at the State Library, and they're going to tell you the things that they have that they can offer you. We're going to have a presentation on library budgeting, on managing library staff. So this is going to kind of, there's going to be a lot of HR issues next week, which we get lots of questions about. So managing your staff, how to discipline your staff, and understanding civil service, which we get an awful lot of questions about that. And Bob,
Yeah.
you know how to.
It's basically like black magic, honestly.
But our presenters next week are excellent. We've had them do the presentation before. So thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week again at 9 o'clock in the morning. Bob, thank you for all your backup and all your work.
Thank you, Michelle, for hosting.
All right. So have a good week, everyone. See you next time.
Yep. See you later. Bye-bye.